You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez. The 2-2. Sandoval. In foul territory. Giants win. World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant. The Cubs win the series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Buda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre punch throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh,
please. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top-selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it. But nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Blue poncho! Dilly dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Top, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with their best receiver out of the game. From the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janice does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew.
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio. never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. I want to wish my beautiful daughter, Abigail Marie, a happy 7th birthday. And y'all please pray for me that I survive this sleepover.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. The Washington Commies, NFL, they can't fire me. Jack Del Rio kind of had a point there. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi. And how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. I'm Mac McGee, sitting alongside Justin Waller. Justin, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mac, trying to survive a birthday party of a bunch of 7-year-olds running through my house. So, yeah, great evening.
My wife keeps threatening to have a birthday party for our dog at the end of the summer. And I'm like, I swear to God, if we end up with like 30 dogs out here with hats and everything, man, I'm done. I'm leaving for the weekend.
I tried that. Didn't work.
Good luck to you, bud.
Thank you.
Although I'm sure they wouldn't be as crazy as dogs, but I definitely get your drift. So did you say she's 7 or 8?
Turning 7.
7. Okay. Wow.
Hard to believe.
And is she playing any sports nowadays?
Not yet. In the cheer and gym. Well, I guess gymnastics. Sorry for any of you out there that I just offended with that one. I guess that is a sport.
She played in the real sports, by God.
You're not a NASCAR driver.
How many times a week do you have to show up for gymnastics?
It is starting up right now. It's a 2-day a week. Looks like we're just getting into it. So we're in between cheer and starting gymnastics. So yay me.
Wow. All right, well, let's go ahead and get into it. The Tennessee Volunteers are playing Notre Dame right now. Now, this is game 1 of a 3-game series. Right now, Notre Dame leads it top of 2, 3-0. Man, there's so much stuff going on today. There was 4 series that started today, and the other 4 will start tomorrow. So 8 of them will be going on tomorrow. And anyone that goes 3 games, you'll get that many going on Sunday. Because the ones that start tomorrow, their quote unquote rubber match, if it took place, would take place on Monday. So that's why there's only 4. I got that question today, like where are the other 4? So that's what's going on with that. I'll hit the scoreboard in a minute, but Tennessee down 3-0. I know Notre Dame's feisty, but I do expect Tennessee to pull it out. But you don't like to fall behind 3-0. Even though it's early on to start a series, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's not the way you want to start off the Super Regional is an early 3-0 deficit. But you have to believe that offense has the power and the pop to get right back in this. And just want to throw tribute to whoever came up with the classless versus Catholics T-shirts that you'll see, I'm sure, displayed
what
throughout
versus Catholics?
Classless. It's a play on the mustard throw from the Ole Miss series, but I guess it goes back even farther to the 80s mantra of the Catholics versus convicts with football with the Miami. So
was the Miami Hurricane, and there's actually a 30 for 30 on that. The guy that actually came up with those T-shirts, he was a student at the time at Notre Dame, and just on a whim started making the T-shirts and like sold a buku of them that week and made quite a bit of money off of it. I don't remember the actual numbers. I have to go back and watch. I mean, it wasn't that interesting of a documentary, but I do remember putting it on, and it was good enough where I didn't look for the remote for a little while. There's breaking news, not that anybody cares, but the Hornets are set to hire Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson to be their new head coach. It's like anything else that Michael Jordan's done with the Hornets. I would assume it's going to be a flop. So I really don't put too much on it. With me with NBA, dude, until you tell me that you signed Kevin Durant or something like that, I don't care who your coach is. Your coach is kind of meaningless. We lost your video. I'm sure you're probably already aware of that. But Justin, are you there?
I'm here, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, had to have a special delivery. Moylan had to join us. You know, this 8-game streak that we're going to talk about later. You know, I had to bring.
I don't worry until I see that your mic was off too. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't know which child was delivering the bird, so I had to prepare the audience for that.
I do see Peyton Manning's in the audience tonight, so that's pretty cool. I saw a random TikTok where someone was, I don't know if they were at the first regional or if that was the SEC championship game, but it was a teenage girl that had a video and she just tilted it into the crowd. And she said, it was something to the effect of, when you're watching a baseball game and randomly Peyton Manning shows up. Okay. That didn't shock me. What shocked me, dude, he was up in the nosebleeds. I'm like, bro, come out the hip, man. You know, come on now. Come on. You're Peyton Manning. They can't find a better seat for you than that.
You got to get them tickets early, man.
Did you
show up last minute?
Did you see they're talking about the Broncos reaching out to Peyton and possibly being some kind of an advisor that would accumulate into him getting some kind of a percentage of the ownership?
It's an interesting concept, but
I mean, I'm not giving them a whole lot. If I just paid $4.6 billion for a team, dude, you're cool and all. But you ain't that cool, bro. You know,
how much is he bringing to the table is what I'm asking.
Well, if I'll tell
that
you,
depends your consultant amount.
Even if I give him 1% of the team, right? Dude, he is going to be on every damn poster that I make over the next several years. Any kind of marketing strategy, I want Peyton Manning there because I'm doing it for an investment of people that are not Bronco fans now becoming Bronco fans. That's basically what I'm doing it for, to bring more to the table so that down the road, if I do decide to sell the team, it's not worth 4.6 or 5.6, it's worth 10. Right. But yeah, it is an interesting concept. This comes on the heels of them talking about LeBron James wanting to buy, and he can't buy a team himself per se. I think people read into it wrong. He wants to be part of an ownership group that puts a basketball team in Las Vegas. So I thought, so I bet you do. I bet you know, I would too.
Don't we all?
Yeah. When you have $1 billion, that's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but that ain't enough to buy an NBA franchise.
I mean, you're supposedly a man of the people, LeBron. Can we like buy common shares and little man get in and all on the other portion of this ownership with you? Because, you know, I'll throw a couple bones at it.
I mean, even if you found an NBA franchise that you could buy for $1 billion, bro, how you gonna keep the lights on? You know what I mean? Like that's barely gonna get you in the door. So he would have to pony up with other folks, but I'm sure connections out in Los Angeles, there'd be a bunch of people out there wanting to put money in. I wouldn't shock me if him and Snoop Dogg put a team together or something.
Wow, if that ain't a belly up, the topic, the name of the Las Vegas NBA team.
If LeBron owns it, I would think the name of the team is probably going to be called the Boycotts.
I was thinking about partnership possibilities there.
Wouldn't it
open up a whole new world of possibilities?
Team, and then people just didn't go to the games just to spite him. Wouldn't they? I mean, because he is not the most popular person in sports at this point. Florida State fired Mike Martin Jr. I did miss that earlier today. Well, hot damn. I'm glad to see it.
Are you really?
Yes. He only got the job because of nepotism. I don't know if it's not released as breaking news, but then again, it's college baseball on ESPN's timeline. So who the hell knows? It could have happened 20 seconds ago. It could have happened 20 hours ago. But I've been consumed with Braves baseball and with the Celtics being in game number 4 tonight. And then I actually watched the Lightning I've watched quite a bit of the Lightning, and it's fun watching them. Hell of a game last night. Hell of a last few minutes. And man, did you see the fisticuffs at the end where they let them go?
Yeah.
Whatever, dude. It's 3-1. There's 20 seconds left. Beat the snot out of each other.
You still don't give hockey fights the edge?
No, only because the only reason is because they can't get leverage. That's the only reason. Now, if someone busts out a skate to someone's skull, then that goes. Well, actually, that goes from that would go from a fight to attempted or successful murder. But but like as I'm watching those dudes fight, and the one thing I will give to them over other fights is that it ends up being mano a mano. That's the one thing I will give it to them. You never get that in the other sports, because if you're not backing up your buddy, then there's going to be question about your loyalty, right? So it's not even, I mean, I wish they would let them go. Like if a pitcher and a batter wanted to square off, dude, let them square off. Yeah. Even the famous one with Nolan Ryan, people were bum rushing the field. Robin Ventura was just an idiot to go in the way that he did. And even though I know afterwards he was interviewed saying he was fine, he still got some good noogies on you. He got some good noogies on because you left yourself wide open, right?
I mean, you allowed yourself to get thrown in a headlock. I mean, you came right in for it.
I think one of the most violent football fights, because you don't get many because they're so, everyone's got padding on. But I think one of the most violent ones I ever saw was LSU Florida State, probably 30 years ago. Is that long? It's either 30 or 30 plus years ago. This was before the Saban era and all that stuff, obviously. Like, I can't remember that guy's name, but he was supposed to be, Mike Archer. He was the first young SEC head coach, and he was supposed to be breaking the mold, and he went into LSU, did not have a good career there. But Florida State was pounding LSU. It was in Hassey. It was at the end of the game, and there was a late hit by LSU on the Florida State sidelines, and it was already kind of chippy already, and the whole damn sideline exploded, including the trainers from Florida State. They were out there trying to fist fight the kids. If that was today, dude, that would have been all over Twitter. Like, people would be like, what are you doing? I saw a video this morning. I don't know if you caught this or not, because I know you're not on social media much, but the name of the Twitter account, Super 70s or something like that. But anyways, I retweeted it this morning if you want to go look at it. There's a game, looks like it's from the late 70s, very early 80s, Braves Reds, and there's a foul ball. It's got nothing to do with the play on the field. There's a foul ball. The game's being played in Cincinnati. It's behind the plate, foul ball, and this fan tried to go after the ball. Dude, he does a header off over the railing and somehow grabs himself with the railing. Starts to pull himself up, and then his buddy or somebody hoisted him up by his belt loop and got him over. I mean, if he doesn't hold on, that's at least a broken neck, if not death. And this is a pretty good sized guy, man. I mean, like, he finally gets up and you see him walking back to the seat, and he's, doing this. Dude, he was jacked. And I'm thinking to myself, how have I never seen this before? But there's
not a lot of college fights that come to mind in football, just off the top of my head, pure brawls. But Cortland Finnegan, Andre Ward, Titans, Texans is probably one of my favorite, and probably one of the best sports headlines that I have seen out of the local Nashville major paper.
Who was it that Andre Johnson fought with the Titans?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's who it was. It was Andre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan.
Okay.
That was the fight. Texans, Titans. Not sure where the Ward came from. Sorry about that. But yeah, it was the infamous headline. You may have still been living here at the time. The Johnson beat the F out of Finnegan. And it made national headlines from the local paper. And
I don't remember.
Honestly,
I remember the
headline of that fight. You don't take your helmet off because you get pummeled, just like Johnson did to Finnegan that day.
I remember the incident. I believe I was living up there, but I cannot remember. Because it all runs together. So if you see it on TV,
I still don't,
especially because it was in Houston, so I don't remember where I was. I don't remember if I was sitting at home or where I was, but I remember the fight. I feel like I was living up there, and that was one of the great ones, and that's one of the few ones where it was actually mano a mano. Right.
Correct. Nobody else jumped in, and it was just them two. And them won.
Baseball, they've had a lot of good fights, but most of the time, even the one where Garrett went in there trying to tackle the entire dugout of no, he was on the Cincinnati Reds. Was he trying to tackle the Pirates?
When
he
pitcher ran in? Yes. Yeah. I mean, he went after everybody. I don't think that was
someone in their division. I believe it was the Pirates, because he's done it a couple of times. The second time
Ahmad
didn't happen, but it came close to happening. I think that was the Cubs, because I want to say Javi Baez was involved. But the first time, I'm pretty sure it was the Pirates. But even then, like, eventually your teammates are going to come to your rescue. They're not just going to let you get shanked in a dugout.
Post Ryan Ventura, the only one I think that truly weighs in my mind in baseball fights is the Odor Batista. Before everything else happened, that was
like a movie poster.
It's just, I mean, hey, dude. So that's the only one.
That's the greatest fight of all time.
I would put it in fight,
greatest shot of all. Like it, it's like I said, it was like a movie poster, because it was almost like they rehearsed it. It was so damn good. Yeah. But anyways, I don't remember how we got on that, but so East Carolina and Texas. East Carolina did beat Texas today. Okay. I was trying to get the bet in on that, and I couldn't get the app to load. Anyways, long story short, I didn't get the bet in. So that's interesting. But yeah, back to Florida State firing that was nothing but nepotism that got him that job. And he had one of the best pitching staffs in all the United States, in all of college baseball this year, and couldn't get out of the first round. I mean, what's really mind-boggling about the team is they were in the top 5 about a month into the season, and then they barely held into the top 25. And I know that sounds incredibly spoiled, but Florida State baseball is always up there as one of the top ones in the country. And when you're basically muddling around, they weren't even positive they were going to get into the tournament this year. Okay. When you're talking, I mean, that is the equivalent of like Kentucky basketball going, oh God, we're a bubble team. And you're like, dude, I can't. And this is 2-3 years in a row that we've had this with him. I guess it's only 2 years because 2020 got canceled. But yeah, they gave him a shot. Fair enough. I wish him well. He'll find another job as an assistant somewhere. But you can't. It's hard enough following a legend. It's doubly worse when you're following the legend, and the legend's your dad. And they take it to the triple worse. You share the same damn name. And rat. Nick Saban Jr. should not be hired as the head coach of Alabama.
Yes, he should.
What's that?
Said who? I mean, let that happen. Don't you stop it.
The guy that should follow in the footsteps of Nick Saban should be Jimbo Fisher or Jimbo Fisher Jr. Is there a Jimbo Fisher Jr.?
Why would you even wish that upon the SEC? I mean, that is true ACC Florida State fan speaking there. I mean, wow.
By then, we're all going to be farm clubs for an NFL team. So I just want to see the whole thing implode. There's going to come a point where it's all going to turn into like Florida State, Florida, Miami are all just going to be farm clubs for like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean,
yeah, be careful what you wish for, because then Belichick will use his ties back to Vanderbilt, and then we'll all have to watch that as being the most dominant program in the SEC.
We'll find out real damn quick how good of a coach he is. All right.
His players will be smart. They'll be able to understand his system. I promise you that.
All right, genius. Here's your roster. Belichick would be the one college coach that wouldn't use the NIL money. Because you know how cheap he is with the salary cap. He'd be out there just coupon clipping. No. We don't need that 5-star. I found this 2-star that'll he's in one NIL deal, man. You know, we'll be fine. Did you see the
all
clip
his
of
NIL money for the transfer portal?
Did you see the clip of the kid that got drafted in the first round by the Patriots, the center?
I did not.
He is quoted as saying in the clip, he goes, I thought it was a practical joke. I didn't think I was getting drafted in the first round. He said when they called him, he thought it was one of his buddies like yanking his chain. Because I'm assuming you did see the clip of the Rams and their reaction, right?
Correct.
Where they were, man, I'll tell you what, they were they were giving it to him hard. For people who missed it, the Rams were laughing and saying, because the Rams didn't have a first or second round pick because they just traded them like candy. And so they only have a third round pick, and they made the joke that, man, we wasted our time scouting him because we thought he'd still be there in the third round.
I couldn't remember the round they had him graded, but I knew it was third or fourth, and I thought that was quite comical that that was their reaction, that they got what they got.
You say that when you just won the whole thing, right?
Honestly, though, I mean, as a Titans fan, in the history of first-round draft picks, do you not honestly want to just step back and just analyze the approach of give away your first round through trades and stack your roster? Look at what they've done. Do you truly need a first-round pick in a gamble versus a tried and true product that you can go ahead and have the capital to come in and pay that second contract
to? A wide receiver who's got asthma, you're not going to need it then.
Well, I mean, I didn't tell them to draft a guy that looked like the guy that they got rid of. I mean, this isn't a publicity or
has there been a
modeling contest.
Has there been any reaction up there in Nashville about that they drafted some wide receivers? Look, I saw his film. I thought he looked good. And then you come to find he's got asthma. That might be important when we start talking about the cardiovascular of an NFL football player.
I think it is flying under the radar. I think it is being sold by the team, that it is monitored and being addressed, and they are training and working towards improving that. So they're acknowledging it. Let me put it that way. You hear it from the local media. They're not hiding the fact or just being silent and acting like it's non-existent, but they're also not addressing that it's a major concern.
Yeah, well, okay, if nothing else, the first thing that pops in my head, he's got to have some kind of a snap count, right? Because if he's got asthma, he's not going to be a guy who's going to, now look, I know that's
if not a snap count, you have to be very selectful in the 3 consecutive play routes you run him on. You have to factor that in.
I would be shocked if we see him in more than 2 consecutive plays.
Well, then that makes defenses very easy to strategize against.
I mean,
again, you have to ask yourself, why didn't you pay the young man that did it the right way and worked his way through? And was his money a lot of ask? Yes. But I think he earned it.
In the first round, if you knew about the asthma. Surely to God they knew about the asthma.
You have to know. I mean, surely it's disclosed. You have medical on all of these. I mean, that's disclosed. So they knew about it, but I just think that they thought they had a gem that was a big talent. And look, the kid can play. But can he replace right now in a roster when you need him to fill in now? The window's closing on the Titans. I don't know that he can step in and do that. Can you replace A.J. Brown year 1? That's the question. I don't think you can.
Because the thing is,
Why didn't you give that first round and go after a big name? Go get your Metcalf. Go get your Waller. Go get somebody that comes in that you knew was tried and true that could right out of the gate contribute. Wasn't a project if you're going to let Brown go.
Robert Woods is not going to be A.J. Brown. He is going to be what they thought and what they hoped Julio Jones would be, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, you're right. They're expecting this kid to come in with asthma and no experience to be A.J. Brown. Now, I'll tell you the other thing, and I've been saying this all off season, and I'll say it again. We're getting really close to fantasy football season. We'll start doing shows in the very near future, but I'm staying away from A.J. Brown. If there's a guy that I do not want, it's not because I got sour grapes because he left the Titans. I wish him well. I don't want a wide receiver who went from Tannehill with all his faults. You can make fun of him if you want. With Tannehill and that play action pass and that threat of Big Henry behind him to the Philadelphia Eagles and a quarterback that can't hit the broadside of a barn. So,
hard to be a number one wide receiver with not a lot of vertical options behind center.
And it just feels like every wide receiver that the Philadelphia Eagles have tried to sign or trade for or even draft since Terrell Owens, that's a lot longer ago than we realize, has just been a bust.
And I think the last two from the Titans, this would be the third, if I'm not mistaken. None of them have panned out, but they keep going back to that well. So, hey, hopefully advantage Titans in this. Still a hard pill to swallow. I would have rather had Brown here and seen what Robert Woods could have actually exploited in this offense. I was hesitant to do the Julio Jones. I've been transparent and open to you the entire time about that. Thought he'd be injured more than he'd be on the field and wouldn't actually contribute to the offense. And I think we saw that. Henry going down even compounded farther matters more. But Robert Woods gave you a legit chance to open up this offense completely aside A.J. Brown.
When they made the move for him, because you're thinking you're going to have Brown. And
yes. Yep.
You're going, okay, they're going all in. And
now they have it.
Yeah. And now it's okay. You got to take a step back. Now, granted, with that being said, we just talked about that's what the Patriots would do. Okay. The Patriots would not sign a receiver for $100 million. They just wouldn't. So he's going to
you can do that when you have a Tom Brady. When you don't have Tom Brady or anywhere near it, you
for the first time in a long time, I'm going to be excited to watch preseason ball because I want to see what the young quarterback, if he even looks like a quarterback, because I don't expect him to even look like a quarterback until next summer. But if you even see a flash of something in a preseason, it'll make me feel really good about the draft. Real quick on that scoreboard, East Carolina beat Texas. Virginia Tech, number 4 in the country, was upended by Oklahoma. So they're down to their last straw. And then Notre Dame leads Tennessee 5-0. Tennessee, the number 1 team in the country, but that game's still early on. It's only in the 3rd inning. And
well, that's not a good start.
No, it's not. But it is a best of 3. It is a best of 3. And Tennessee scores a lot of runs. So, I've got it set up. I'm gonna be watching it all night while I'm doing the Braves broadcast, and then eventually I'm switching one of my monitors to Celtics. Big game tonight. If they can win this game tonight, I think we get our championship. If they lose tonight, you're back to square one, and you still got to go out and win one out there on their home court. And they have not seemed to grasp the levity of that in prior series. It's like they'll drop one at home and go, we won't worry about, we'll win it on the road. I just don't think you can do that against Golden State. But we're running out of time. So real quick, Braves are on a 8-game winning streak now. The Phillies are on a 7-game winning streak, and all 7 of theirs were on the road. I'm like, my God, you'd think we would have just put all kind of room behind us behind the Phillies, but here they come. But the biggest thing I'm excited about this, we still have 3 more against the Pirates, and then 3 more against the Nationals. By the time I see you next week, we could be on a 14-game winning streak. It won't happen, but
Just hear me out. 2 weeks ago, we were 8.5 back talking doom and gloom. We were 7.5 last Friday, 6.5 today, if I'm correct.
We were 10.5 out last Friday.
Oh, I missed a week. So there was 3 in there. So, hey, 6.5 back. Is that correct as standings today? Did I at least have that part right?
We were 10.5 back. When did I do that game? Someone had checked in because they wanted to see us. It was a Mets fan checked in to see us lose. So maybe that was Tuesday night. So yeah, we were like 10.5 back. But anyways, we're now 6.5 back. But we are tied for the last wild card spot with the Giants.
Hey, just keep plugging away one at a time, and you'll be standing on top of the division.
We are pulling for teams that play the Giants, the Padres, and the Cardinals going forward, along with Mets and Phillies, because we are only a half game behind the Cardinals. We're tied with the Giants. The Giants, by the way, have to play the Dodgers this weekend. And we're 4 behind San Diego. We got a chance to do something here. This kid that they're going to pitch tonight, Ronzi Contreras. I have not watched him pitch yet, but I did look at his stats. It's pretty impressive. I'll go over it pregame. But we got Spencer Strider. I'd like to see Spencer Strider at least get to 5 innings tonight, hopefully 6. He's looked good. He's got a lot of fastball strikeout potential, but he's not making it out of the 5th inning. But this is only his 3rd start. What's your prediction tonight?
I think they get the W. They keep this going. I don't know that he gets out of the 5th, but I think he confidently comes out before there's mental damage. I think they build off his mental gains. We've talked about what do you do with this young man, and how do you in the future position him inside the organization, front end, back end, with his mental capabilities. So I think it's a big test. Can he persevere and endure and get through 5 full innings, getting to that 6? Daily you want to see him get through it, but really the question is, what are his mental struggles, and how does he handle adversity through lineups when he does get some runners on, and what does he do in those situations? I think are key to really hone in on, and just as a young pitcher, see where you need to put him long term. That's what you're looking for.
What is your walk off for the day?
Again, happy birthday to my daughter. It's going to be a great family weekend, and hopefully I'm celebrating a UT regional win or super regional win, and trip to the College World Series.
Yeah. A lot on. We got the Pirates and Braves coming up here in about 15 minutes. Celtics playing tonight. That game starts at 9. That's going to be difficult juggling, trying to keep up with that, and then doing the game. And then I'm going to try to keep an eye on this Tennessee game too. I don't really have a dog in the hunt other than the Vols. So if they get knocked out, that's really going to, I ain't watching Notre Dame and Virginia Tech in the World Series. Who cares about that? Come on, Vols, get it together. All right, brother. We will see you next week. I'll get with you on that. Braves are playing a day game next Friday in Wrigley. For Justin Waller, I'm Mac McGee. We're getting ready for Braves Country Baseball. It's coming up in just a few minutes.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing. And somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Boys and girls, pull up an armchair. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, for Game 2 of the Braves versus the Pirates. On the hill tonight, the Atlanta Braves will send Spencer Strider and his 2.76 ERA, a 1.16 whip, and a 174 batting average against. He's thrown 32 innings so far this year with 49 strikeouts and 18 walks. He's going to go head-to-head with Ronzi Contreras. Contreras is 1-0 on the year, a 1.93 ERA. Through 23 innings, he has 26 strikeouts and 8 walks, a 186 batting average against, and a 101 whip. Good evening, y'all. We are ready for Braves baseball. And I don't know about you, but I'm excited about tonight because tonight, Spencer Strider, we'd like to see him go a little deeper in the game tonight. As the Atlanta Braves are getting set for first pitch, we are just moments away. We're going to take a really quick break. And when we come back, it'll be time for Atlanta Braves baseball. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. We are back and we are getting set for first pitch here. Braves and Pirates, game 2 of this 4-game set. The Atlanta Braves, if you missed it last night, we carried it as a pop-up game. The Atlanta Braves won 3-1 and got all their scoring in the beginning of the game. Max Fried didn't have his best stuff, but still had a very good outing considering everything that went down. He only gave up 1 run, which was a solo shot, and the bullpen did its work, working clean innings, and Will Smith looked good. Kenley Jansen looked good. The Atlanta Braves bullpen looked very good last night. We are just about set as Spencer Strider's finishing up his warm-up pitches. The Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their white pants, red jerseys, the Friday night home jerseys, and Braves across the chest with the red tomahawk underneath. They'll be going head-to-head with the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pittsburgh Pirates will be leading off with Cabrian Hayes. Cabrian Hayes, Reynolds, Vogelbach, and Chavis, just like it was last night, but a few other changes. Cal Mitchell is going to be the right fielder and batting 5th. Marcano, the second baseman, he's batting 6th. Young rookie. We get a quick look at him. He did come into pinch hit last night, but our first actual look at him. Travis Swaggerty playing left field. He's batting 7th. Michael Perez, the catcher, 8th. And Diego Castillo is batting 9th at short. Here's the first pitch. The windup from Strider is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball just above the letters high, and it's 1-0. Brian Hayes steps in with a 2.89 ERA. The 1-0 pitch to Hayes is fouled off and out of play, evens the count at 1-1. Braves nothing, Pittsburgh nothing. We're just getting going, getting set for the third pitch of the evening. Strider looks into Darno. Darno's looking down the right side. We're now set. Here's the 1-1 pitch and 99 miles an hour, fouled back, and it's 1-2. Be interesting to see how the young Pittsburgh Pirate batters, what their philosophy is going to be going against Strider. Strider with the wide stance, 1-2 pitch on the way. It's the slider, and it went high. Even count at 2-2. Brian Hayes, 2 home runs on the year, a 7.65 OPS. Here's the windup, and 100 miles an hour, fouled back, just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 2-2. Happy National Egg Roll Day. I don't know if you're a big egg roll fan, but I am. There's also National Iced Tea Day. I've drank more iced tea in the recent days than I have in a long time. 2-2 pitch, 100 miles an hour on the outer edge, and Strider cannot believe he didn't get the call. It's full count at 3-2. That looked like that pitch hit the outer part of the zone. The Blue is squeezing them early. Full count all in 99 mile an hour at the knees, fouled back. And we'll do it again at 3-2. Your home plate umpire tonight, Larry Vanover. More on him in a second. First base is Junior Valentine. Sean Barber at second. And David Rackley, last night's home plate umpire, is the third base umpire. Full count on the way and 100 miles an hour again, fouled back. We'll do it again at 3-2. Once again, the home plate umpires, Larry Vanover, has a 93.2% accuracy behind the plate, which is pretty good. 3-2 pitch and swung on, and that ball is grounded over to Ozzie at second. Ozzie's on it, easily playable, and he tosses it to first, and there's one away in the Pittsburgh first. Though he does have a 93.2 accuracy rate, I'd say since I've been paying attention to this last couple of years, a good score, a solid score, what you would consider a good umpire score, is around the 95 range. So 93, not too bad. There's some guys down there around the high 80s, low 90s, and those are the ones you worry about. But what is interesting, he has a 1.5 run impact on the game, meaning the calls that he makes sometimes can be high leverage calls that make a big deal on what was supposed to have happened and what did happen. That's how they generate that. So here's Brian Reynolds to the plate. The switch hitter is now batting from the left side tonight as he's facing the right-handed Strider, and the first pitch is grounded over to first, but kicks foul, and we'll do it again. 98 miles an hour. Strider leaning on that fastball early. It's 0-1. Big night of sports in front of us. We'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on. College baseball playoffs. You got the NBA finals, a full slate of Major League Baseball, 100 miles an hour at the knees, and that is called for a ball. Man, as he's squeezing them, it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, the delivery, and 99 up and high, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. Braves and Pirates, the second game of a 4-game set. Tomorrow, the game is at 4:00 Eastern. 2-1 pitch and fouled back into the stands, triple digits again. It's 2-2. And then they'll play at their normal 1:35 first pitch on Sunday. Charlie Morton on the hill tomorrow. 2-2 count. Strider kicks and delivers, swung on and missed, strike 3, triple digits at the knees on the inner cut, and there's 2 away. Strider's first strikeout of the night. Spencer Strider coming in tonight. I think I said it earlier, but he has got quite the strikeout rate going on. 32 2/3 innings and 49 strikeouts. He does have a high walk rate at 18 walks. With 32 2/3 innings, you'd kind of like to see that number closer to half that amount. First pitch to Vogelbach is at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Dan Vogelbach standing in, lumbering in, batting .229, 6 home runs, 14 RBIs. The big DH takes a whiff and misses the 87-mile-an-hour slider. It's 0-2. The over-under tonight, if you're wanting to know any of these numbers, the Braves were heavy favorites on the money line out in Vegas. The over-under run total was 8.5 runs. 0-2 pitch is fouled, just got a piece of it. Fastball well below the knees. Vogelbach took a swing. We'll do it again at 0-2. Question's going to remain. Obviously, everyone wants to know, if everyone stays healthy, what do they do with Strider, assuming Soroka actually comes back? Here's the 0-2 pitch, top of the zone, and slider looked high, but they rung them up. That strike 3. We'll head to break. When we come back, the Braves grab the bats. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night.
Are you pro or con against the bat flip? Just the overall celebration.
I'm right there in the middle. I'm not going to take either side. I'm more against it, I guess. But if a pitcher is going to be out there dancing and running his mouth, and you get a home run off him, I'm completely okay with a bat flip. Screw you, buddy.
Well, I, for one, want to get a Papelbon jersey because anyone that chokes out Bryce Harper, man. I am Team Papelbon.
Armchair.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just gonna leave, who are black people supposed to call Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhoods?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Pittsburgh Pirates are scoreless as we head to the bottom of the first. Ronzi Contreras hitting the hill 1-0 with a 1.93 ERA and a 103 whip. I see the comment there, Bella. Yeah, the egg rolls. I often get the question, do you like egg rolls or spring rolls? And I always have to question which one do I like until I try them. And they go, no, it's definitely the egg rolls. I do like the spring rolls, but it's the egg rolls with the pork. I mean, come on, let's go. All right, the Atlanta Braves come to the plate, and it's going to be Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .312, 5 home runs, 15 RBIs, 923 OPS to start it off. It'll be Acuna, Dansby, and Riley to get us going here. Contreras looks in. He kicks and deals, and it's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Following up Riley, batting cleanup will be Olson, and then it'll be Darnode, Ozzie, William Contreras, the designated hitter. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that ball is hit high and deep into the gap. It's going to go off the right field wall. Ronald Acuna is rounding first. He dives into second for a leadoff double, and the Atlanta Braves have something cooking here in the bottom of the first. Acuna went with that pitch. It was on the outer half, and he just kind of stepped into it, didn't try to do too much. Looked like the slider. And as it slid away, he went with it, drove his hands right through the pitch. It went to the upper part. If it goes about, we'll say, 10 feet to the left, we're talking about a dinger, hit the top of that right field wall over near the chop house in that area, right above, if you're familiar with it, right above the Ford sign. So the Braves have runner on second, nobody out to start the game, and Lieutenant Dan comes to the plate. First pitch to Swanson is a 97-mile-an-hour fireball right at the knees, and it's 0-1. William Contreras is your designated hitter tonight. Ozuna getting the night off. Duvall is in left, and Michael Harris is in center and batting ninth. Here's your 0-1 pitch, and swung on and missed. High fastball, and it's 0-2. If you missed the news earlier, the Florida State Seminoles baseball program fired Mike Martin Jr. today. His 3 seasons. He is the son of Mike Martin Sr., the all-time winningest college baseball coach in college baseball history. 0-2 pitch to Dansby is swung on and missed. Strike 3, 96-mile-an-hour dart on the outer part of the plate, probably just a little off, and there's one away. Heard a lot about Ronzi Contreras, a good young right arm that the Pittsburgh Pirates brought up this year, and excited to see him and Strider. Should be a really good pitching matchup. 2 young pitchers. Austin Riley digs in with a 264 average, and the first pitch is outer edge slider called for a strike. It's 0-1. Contreras throws the fastball, slider, curve, and change, but he usually doesn't use the change. It's usually your fastball to set him up, and then he uses the curve and slider tailing away from the right-handers. From what I read, he uses the change more on the lefties. 0-1 pitch is swung on. They said Riley went around, and it's 0-2. Pitch was in the dirt. Riley thinks that he held up, but the first base umpire, Junior Valentine, says no dice. There's quickly 2 strikes on the rake. 0-2 pitch to Riley. Matt Olson stands on deck. Acuna is on second. Just got to get him in. Here's the pitch, and slider swung on and missed, strike 3. And Contreras has 2 strikeouts in the early going. There's 2 away. Nice pitch, nice setup pitch by Contreras. This will bring up Matt Olson. Matt Olson. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, and it's 97-mile-an-hour fastball that he pops up. It's a can of corn over by third, and easily playable, and Hazel put it away. So the leadoff double goes for naught. We're scoreless heading to the top of the second.
Bees to the dog! Bees everywhere! Save yourself! Your firearms are useless against them!
Holy shnikes, it worked.
We're going to start off with Will Banks. What's your take on the Alabama-West Virginia matchup? What are the keys?
I didn't know.
That's great insight, man. That's great insight. Everyone else is going, I'm gonna change the channel.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted. That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate. You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo.
Armchair.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of holding your dad's hand, walking through that dark tunnel, and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Braves and Pirates are scoreless as we head to the top of the second inning. It's Strider versus Contreras, 2 young, great arms. A little bit on Contreras in case you're not familiar with him. He was drafted by the New York Yankees in, I believe it was the 2016 international draft, or signed as an international free agent. And he was traded over to the Pittsburgh Pirates in the famous Yankee Jameson Taillon trade in 2021. Here's the first pitch on the way to Chavis, and it's a fastball piped right by him. It's 0-1. Chavis facing a heavy shift. He's been known to go the other way. 0-1 pitch, fastball, top of the zone, swung on a miss. It's 0-2. Often wonder when they put this shift on a guy who's throwing as hard as Strider, does it have the same effect? 0-2 pitch, swung on a miss, strike 3. Guess it doesn't matter if you can't touch it. And there's 1 away. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 3 fastballs. And Strider does his well-patented, I don't even want to call that a spin off the top of his off the top of his heel. So this will bring up Mitchell. Cal Mitchell, the right fielder, is batting .227 on the year. And the first pitch is a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone, outer edge, and it's 0-1. That trade that brought Contreras over, 0-1 pitch is knocked into left field. Little single just put over the head of Dansby Swanson, just over his outstretched glove, and there's one on and one out in the Pittsburgh second. Contreras played in the All-Star Futures game, or was selected to, but because of injuries, sat it out. So this is his first year in the big leagues. He's from the Dominican Republic. It says here that he'll be 23 in November. Like I said, he is having himself a great start to his career. Here's the first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider to Marcano, another young kid in the Pittsburgh organization. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Tucupita Marcano. Is that not a great name? Stands in .242 average on the year, 2 home runs. And the 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Another fastball, high 90s. And it's 0-2. Braves nothing. Pirates nothing. We're just getting going here. Thanks for tuning in here to Braves Country Friday Night Baseball. I'm Mac McGee, bringing you the action here every Tuesday and Friday night. Please like and subscribe. 0-2 pitch from Strider is a 99er, top of the zone, just missing. It's 1-2. Tucupita Marcano, he is from Venezuela. He's 22 years old. He'll be 23 in September. Second baseman. He was signed by the Padres. More on that in a second as he asked for time and Blue gives it to him. Marcano came over to the Pirates along with Jack Sawinski, and that was the right fielder we saw last night. 1-2 pitches hit on the ground and through the hole. Ozzie was diving for it, but could not get to it. And the ball is thrown to third up the line. Riley then tries to rally it back to second, and both runners will be safe as Marcano was hustling all the way. So going first to third, it was kind of a slow developing ball. It just shot past Ozzie, but Acuna really had to fly to get up to it. By the time he let go of the ball, the runner was almost there at third. So Marcano just followed it, and there wasn't much of a chance of Riley, who had to throw off balance because of the wide throw, to catch the trail runner. So runners on second and third, one away, and the ball is popped up high and not very deep. It's caught by Harris. Harris fires it into the infield, and it's cut off by Strider as the runners stay put, and there's 2 away. Good throw by Harris. Wasn't much of a chance they were going to go on that one. Ball was probably about maybe 75 feet from second base in the left center area. Duvall had a beat on it too. Either one of them, no one's running on them that shallow of a throw. They would have been meat. So that'll bring up 2 outs, 2 on for the left-handed hitting catcher, Michael Perez. Perez takes the first pitch, top of the zone, 97 miles an hour, and it's called strike. It's 0-1. To finish that thought, Marcano and Sawinski came over in the trade last year. If you remember, Adam Frazier went from Pittsburgh over to the Padres. 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, 97 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Top of the second inning, there's 2 on, 2 away. And the left-handed backstop digs in, swung on, and just gets a piece of it, hits it high and deep down the line, but underneath it is Mr. Duvall, and that'll end the inning. So the Pirates put runners on second and third with 1 away, but they cannot cash in. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and he has this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days, I think it was in 1912, he missed a fly ball which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, or a banker in California, whatever, Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. And despite his success, despite his joys of grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with you better catch that fly ball out in left field, or you're marked forever.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves grabbing the bats in a scoreless affair. Darnode, Ozzie, and Contreras are due up. A little bit of news in the world of Major League Baseball. Mike Trout, once again, is not in the lineup for the Los Angeles Angels. They say he could be available for designated hitter duty. Sounds like they're going to give him yet another day off. Travis d'Arnaud steps in, batting .252. The interest in that is the Angels are hosting the Mets tonight. Here's the first pitch on the way from Contreras, and it's way off the plate. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. d'Arnaud batting .252 on the year, 6 home runs, a .726 OPS, takes a hack at the second pitch, and it's a pop-up. Brian Hayes over at third barely has to move. It's a skyscraper. It comes down for an out. There's one away. College baseball scores real quick for you. If you do follow that, the Oklahoma Sooners won 5-4 over the Virginia Tech Hokies earlier today. These are best of 3 series that are just getting started. Half of them start today. The other half start tomorrow. East Carolina 13-7 over the Texas Longhorns. The number 1 team in the country, 0-1 pitch. First pitch on the way, and it's a strike at the knees to Ozzie, and it's 0-1. Number 1 team in the country, Tennessee Volunteers, they trail Notre Dame 8-2. 0-1 pitch is taken for a ball. look like the curveball, and it's 1-1. Curveball, slider, fastball, predominantly what you can expect from Contreras. Righty-lefty matchup. Ozzie asked for time. Blue gives it to him. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball inside, taken for a ball in the dirt, and it moves the count to 2-1. Ozzie Albies with his open stance, bat on the shoulder, takes a hack at the 2-1 pitch, and it's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball that's popped up, giving chases both the catcher and the third baseman, but it'll bend out of play just behind the dugout. It's 2-2. Thanks for tuning in to Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night, along with pop-up broadcasts. Please like and subscribe so you'll know exactly when we're going. Next scheduled broadcast is Tuesday night. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit high, but not very deep, right to Brian Reynolds in center field. And there's quickly 2 away in the Atlanta second. This will bring up William Contreras to the plate, the designated hitter. He's getting the start tonight over Marcell Ozuna. Contreras digs in on the hitting 304 on the year. First pitch is high, way up high over the plate, but about eye level. It's 1-0. Home plate umpire Larry Vanover went out to dust a little bit of the dirt off the chalk in the front. 1-0 pitch to Contreras is a slider. Missed outside, and it's 2-0. William Contreras, his brother, Wilson, 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed. 84-mile-an-hour slider, and it's 2-1. His brother with the Chicago Cubs won his arbitration today. A lot of Cubs fans want to see him locked up long-term. He is a 30-year-old catcher. So you got to figure if you're going to do that, at some point you got to transition him into another role. 2-1 pitch to William is 96-mile-an-hour fastball that swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. William from Venezuela, 24 years old, 2-2 pitch, and swung on and missed strike 3. Contreras strikes out Contreras, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the top of the third inning. It's scoreless in Atlanta.
What are you putting on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt. Get out in the gym, start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season, they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Thank you for letting me know about that audio. I did not know that I had lost audio. Just a technical difficulty. Should be good to go. Thank you much, Levi. Braves come to the plate. Bottom of the third inning. So I'm assuming no one heard anything I was talking about. So real quick, the Braves went 1-2-3. Dansby Swanson made a great play, barehanded catch up the middle. And first pitch to Duvall is a strike. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch on the way to Duvall, and it's a fastball swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Bottom of the third inning. Two young stars, Contreras and Strider, doing their magic. 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and it's a slider. Strike three. Duvall could not make contact. Contreras threw that slider on the outer edge of the plate. And there's one away. Michael Harris comes to the plate. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. Harris first at bat of the night, batting .273. The first pitch is a fastball inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Pitch and swung on and hit into right field over the head of the diving second baseman. Harris just lifted that just above the outstretched glove of Marcano. And it's a 1-out single for Michael Harris II. Nice piece of hitting. Didn't try to do too much with it. Just lifted it and put it into right field. And there's one on, one out. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Acuna is 1 for 1 on the night, already a double to his ledger. The first pitch is taken low for a ball, 1-0. Tony La Russa catching a lot of heat for intentionally walking Trey Turner yesterday on a 1-2 count. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a strike at the knees, 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. The situation is Freddie Freeman of the Dodgers was on first, moved up to second on, I believe it was a wild pitch, might have been a pass ball. At that point, it was a 1-2 count, lefty pitcher, righty Trey Turner, and they decided to walk. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Acuna, swung on, and Harris is on the move, and he's got second base stolen. Marcano wants there to be a challenge. I think Harris is underneath the tag. He didn't get a great jump, but he's got great speed, and he was cooking on the play. Looking at the replay, let's see what. Yeah, his arm's definitely in. The only thing that could have happened is, did his arm come off the bag at all? It didn't look like it did. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a challenge. Pittsburgh doesn't want to waste the challenge on what looked like an easy stolen base. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's hit on the left side, and Castillo's got it. He throws it across the infield. Ronald Acuna is safe. Beats out an infield hit on the play. Michael Harris was moving again. He was trying to steal third. He moves from second to third. Probably had that stolen by a mile. No one was paying attention to Harris. But Acuna gets an infield single. And it's 0-0 Braves Pirates, but Atlanta has now got runners on first and third. Nobody out. And Contreras deals to Swanson a 1-0 First pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Looked like he went with the slider there. Swanson's 0 for 1 on the night, went down on strikes the first time up. He went down on a slider, saw a heavy dose of slider, so Contreras tried to start him off with that to begin the at-bat. 1-0 pitch is swung on and hit, fouled back right up against the screen. Acuna had left first and was coasting towards second, but he'll have to go back. It's 1-1. Acuna looked like he had a great jump there. Swanson should have ate that pitch. Now, it would have been a fastball. It would have been on the outer edge. It would have been really close to being what you would almost consider a pitch out type of throw. But he had that bag stolen by a mile. Scoreless game, a 1-1 pitch to Swanson, and fastball high, swung on and missed, and Acuna, they're going to say he's thrown out at second as he took off, but it looked like he got underneath the tag. Taking a look at this again, well, wait a minute, maybe his knee blocked the tag. Maybe that's what the umpire's saying. Acuna definitely beat the throw, but the second baseman did a great job of dropping his leg in between Acuna's arm and the bag. And that's why Acuna is out. I didn't see that at first. I thought he had beaten it by a country mile, but a great job. And it's a 1-2 pitch to Dansby, taken off the plate. It's 1-2. The best way to break a second baseman from doing that is to go in spikes first. Or as the great Ty Cobb used to say, with my steel showing. That'll put an end to that really quick. So a 2-2 pitch to Dansby. Harris still on third base. 96-mile-an-hour fastball popped up out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Braves running all over the place, but have yet to score. We're just here in the bottom of the third. It is good to see an Atlanta Braves team that's moving on the base paths. We haven't seen that in quite some time. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a slider off the plate, taken for a ball. Ball 3, full count to Dansby Swanson. He's 0 for 1 on the night. Harris is on third, and Austin Riley stands at the plate. When you have the lineup set up for Harris 9, Acuna 1, and Dansby 2, that's a lot of speed back to back to back. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and hammered high, hammered deep, hammered down the left field line, and that ball is gone. A 2-run shot by Lieutenant Dan. Dansby Swanson took a slider, and it didn't slide very far. Looked like that ball did it go off the foul pole? If not, it was definitely upper deck. To look at it again to see what it went off of. It ricocheted back into the field of play. Taking another look at it, 105 miles an hour, 379 feet. And it did go off the foul pole. Ricocheted into the bullpen. And the Braves lead it 2-0. First pitch to Austin Riley is a fastball, missed off the plate, 98 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Lieutenant Dan gets in the dugout and does the traditional sword fight with Heredia. 1-0 pitch on the way, fouled back, and it's 1-1. That ball left in a hurry. The only reason why it went 379 is because it hit that pole. Here's the 1-1 pitch in. Popped up high, looked like the slider, giving chases the right fielder underneath it to make the play is Cal Mitchell. but not before the Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board. They got a 2-0 lead. Atlanta 2, Pittsburgh 0. We head to the top of the 4th.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me. It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's going to walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship. A liner off Maggie's goal into center field. The Series. Precious. Fittingly with a throw, the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? And for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0 as we get ready for the top of the 4th inning. Set to come to the plate will be Vogelbach, Chavis, and Mitchell. Lefty-righty matchup to start off with Spencer Strider. Strider, 23 years old, out of Columbus, Ohio. The first pitch on the way, and 97 miles an hour, misses high, and it's 1-0. Strider was drafted in the 2020 draft. That was the abbreviated draft because of COVID. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider missed outside, and it's now 2-0 to the big DH. Strider played high school baseball in Knoxville, Tennessee. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball. Outer edge, just kissed the black, and it's 2-1. Played college baseball for Clemson. The 2-1 pitch is a fastball top of the zone and called strike 2. Vogelbach doesn't like it. It's 2-2. Now that first strike might have been a touch off the plate, but the second one was definitely on it. And if he's going to call the first one a strike, he's going to call the second one. 2-2 delivery and swung on and missed strike 3. Slider inside. Vogelbach could not make contact, and there's one away. Spencer Strider had Tommy John surgery back in 2019. Was drafted by the Atlanta Braves in the 4th round. Remember that there was only 5 rounds that year because of COVID and shutting down minor league baseball, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of funds not coming in. First pitch on the way to Chavis is swung on and missed. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. Oh-1 pitch to Chavis, the first baseman. He swings and misses, and it's 0-2. Chavis started his career with the Boston Red Sox. Played a little bit of everywhere all over the infield. 0-2 pitch from Spencer Strider with that wide stance. He kicks and delivers, and it's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball that's fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. If you're just joining us, the Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board last bottom half of the inning with a 2-run home run that hit the foul pole down the left field line. 0-2 pitch, slider, trying to get Chavis to chase off the plate, but he did not. It's 1-2. Spencer Strider here, top of the 4th inning, 56th pitch of the evening is on the way, and it's a fastball fouled back. And we'll do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch from Spencer Strider. Here's the delivery, swung on and fouled back out of play. 98 miles an hour. That thing skied into the second deck, foul, and it's 1-2 once again. Braves 2, Pirates nothing. Long way to go in this one. 1-2 pitch on the way and another foul back. 97 miles an hour, top of the zone. You'd like to see Strider get a quick inning, not have to expend so many pitches. It's been his biggest Achilles heel. He hasn't been able to get through more than 4 1/3 innings so far. 1-2 delivery is swung on and missed. Strike 3, slider off the outer edge, and there's 2 away. Good pitch by Strider. His 6th strikeout of the night. Spencer Strider, a big strikeout pitcher. Of course, we all know you got to go at least 5 to be able to qualify for the W. You got to go 6 for one of the most coveted statistics in baseball, the quality start. First pitch to Mitchell, who's 1 for 1 on the night, as a fastball misses inside. It's 1-0. Quality start consists of 6 innings pitched and 3 earned runs or less given up. Here's the 1-0 delivery and misses low. Slider across the plate, but in the dirt. It's 2-0. Cal Mitchell, 1 for 1 on the night. Lefty righty matchup. He's got 2 home runs, 5 RBIs, 244 batting average from the left-hand side of the plate. And the 2-0 pitch is just a bit outside. He must have lost the handle on that. That ball went about 6 feet over the head of the batter, but on the opposite side. So a really, really wide and high pitch out is essentially what it looked like. It went up against the screen, but no runners on, so didn't affect anything. Here's the 3-0 pitch from Strider, and fastball at the top of the zone, taking first strike. It's 3-1. The walks have been the other thing that has really bogged down Strider, something he's been trying to work on. In danger of walking his first batter of the evening. 3-1 pitch is a fastball outside, taken for a ball, and Spencer Strider gives up his first free pass of the game. Braves 2, Pirates nothing. Top of the 4th inning. That's going to bring up to the plate Tucupita Marcano, one of the best names in baseball to come around in a while. Tucapita is 265 batting average, 2 home runs, lefty-righty matchup, and it's a fastball at the knees over the dish. It's 0-1. Delivery from Strider. He looks in, kicks and fires, and it's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It could not catch up, fouls it back, and it's 0-2. Speaking of young players, the Baltimore Orioles, Heston Yerstad will be making his debut in Major League Baseball tonight. The outfielder was the number 2 overall pick in the 2020 draft. And Casey Mize, the young pitcher in the Tiger organization, 0-2 pitch is a fastball off the plate, taking high for a strike. It's 1-2. Casey Mize is heading for the knife. He is set for Tommy John surgery. Read an article today about Spencer Strider, evidently a big Seinfeld fan. Not that Seinfeld wasn't a great show, one of the greatest of all time. I was just a little surprised considering the fact that Spencer Strider's 23 and that show was canceled essentially before he was born. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Not canceled, but came to an end. I believe it had a 7-season run. I'm pretty sure it ended in 98. But I guess nowadays everyone sees it in syndication on TBS and Comedy Central and whatnot. Still, in my opinion, the smartest show that's ever been written as far as sitcoms. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way from Strider, and it's a fastball inside, way inside, and evens the count at 2-2. Marcano 1 for 1 on the night. The Braves are in a shift, but this time Riley is actually playing his third base spot. Swanson moved over closer to the second base bag, and Ozzy's in shallow right. They'll throw it over to first to keep the runner close. He dives in under the tag and will do it again at 2-2. Braves 2, Pirates nothing. The Mets play at the Angels tonight. That has not got going. That'll be about an hour and a half before that starts. Here's the 2-2 pitch off the plate. Fast might have been the changeup. His fastball usually much harder than that, and it's 3-2. His changeup is a lot of people's fastball. That ball hit the plate at about 87 miles an hour. Finish that thought about La Russa. He walked a right-handed batter against a lefty. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way to Marcano, and he pops it up high, and underneath it is Michael Harris in left center, and he'll make the play, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Scoreboard's coming up. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Before we hit the next inning, we're going to hit the scoreboard real quick, get you caught up in the world of sports. Just to finish off that thought, these pitchers work very fast. LaRusse is being killed for the fact that he walked Trey Turner, who had a 1-2 count on him, but it was a righty facing a left-handed pitcher. Freeman had moved up from first to second during the at-bat. There was 2 outs in the inning. It was a 1-run game at the time. So the thought process was, if there's going to be an open base, you might as well put them on. But what everyone's getting them for is the fact that it was a 1 ball, 2 strikes. What are you doing walking someone? And I can understand that. What made it even worse was that Muncy comes up, lefty-lefty matchup, and he jacks a 3-run home run over the wall. And the Dodgers pretty much put the game out of reach. So that's what the big hubbub, if you hear about the La Russa thing. I understand the philosophy, but when you're behind in the count 1-2, that is a gift from God to be able to be walked down to first base. You talk about all the analytics and stuff, and I guarantee you the analytic heads in their organization just went nuts, because the statistics on guys and their batting average after a 1-2 count is just astronomical. Let's go ahead and hit that scoreboard real quick. Yankees and Cubs, they are tied at 1 apiece in the top of the 5th. Here's the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson. He swings and knocks a 98-mile-an-hour fastball foul back against the screen. It's 0-1. Bottom of the 1st in Minnesota, Twins lead at 1-0 over the Rays. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Slider cut on and hammered foul, and it's 0-2. Reds and Cardinals, 0-0. That game's heading to the bottom of the 1st. The Braves a half game behind the Cardinals for the number 2 slot in the wild card. Here's the 0-2 pitch to the Ice House, and he just gets a piece of it, stays alive, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Phillies continue to be hot. They are up 6-0 over the Diamondbacks. They've won 7 in a row in their own right. And 0-2 pitch, fastball just high, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Brewers trail the Nationals 4-3 in the bottom of the 4th. You didn't see the outing. Strasburg came back last night. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider to the top of the zone. Home plate umpire calls it a ball. Perez was about to flip it around the horn, had to pause. We'll do it again at 2-2. That one, I will say, did look like a strike. 2-2 pitch on the way. That one's high for sure. Same slider, little higher, and it's 3-2. Guardians trailing the Athletics 2-0 in the 5th. Blue Jays 6-0 over the Tigers in the 4th. 3-2 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball at the knees, and he is rung up. Got caught watching the paint dry, and there's one away. I think Olson was looking for something off speed, and he was taking all the way. Knees got buckled. There's a dart on the outer edge. So 1 up, 1 down in the Atlanta 4th. Marlins up 2-1 over the Astros in the 2nd. Rangers, White Sox are scoreless in the 2nd. Here's the first pitch on the way to Contreras, and he rips it into left center field. That's d'Arnaud. I'm sorry. I saw Contreras, the pitcher, and the ball is bobbled by the left fielder, and d'Arnaud kept running. So d'Arnaud's going to make it all the way to second base. I'm thinking that's probably going to be a single and an error, but we'll see if he gets the friendly call. The left fielder, Travis Swaggerty, was trying to backhand it, and it just kicked off his glove. Didn't get very far, but just enough for Travis d'Arnaud to go all the way to second base. He was hustling all the way out when that ball ended up getting away. First pitch to Ozzie Albies is taken for a strike on the outer edge. Looked like the curveball. It's 0-1. See how they do ring it up as an error. So it's a single and an error if you're scoring at home. 0-1 pitch to Ozzie. And slider swung on and missed, inner cut, and it's 0-2. Finish up that scoreboard. The rest of the games have not gotten going yet. Mets and Angels, Rockies and Padres, and Dodgers and Giants all starting in about an hour and a half. Oh-2 pitch to Ozzie Albies. Swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back up against the wall. It's off the wall. Here comes Darnode. He's scurrying around third, had to hold up, but he is going to score. Ozzie Albies sliding head first into second base, and the Braves lead it 3-0. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. He got a lot underneath that. That was a rainbow that went off the right field wall. The pitch was on the outer edge of the plate, looked like a slider, maybe a curveball. And he got underneath it and got so much air underneath it that the right fielder just had to play it off the carom. Ozzie Albies doing push-ups after that. I think he's mocking or imitating. Remember the old Major League Baseball where Willie Mays Hayes had to do push-ups every time he hit the ball in the air? I believe that's what that reference is. Pretty funny if that's what it is. I'm sure there's an inside joke somewhere. So the Braves lead at 3-0 off the double by Ozzie. Darnode comes around to score, and William Contreras steps in to face Roansy Contreras. No relation. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball low, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Williams batting .300 on the year with 8 home runs and a 1053 OPS. 1-0 pitch on the way, and fastball off the plate, taken for a ball. It's 2-0. Interesting thing about that, I went to make my All-Star game vote last night, and you could not write in William Contreras at catcher, but you could write him in at designated hitter. I guess he hasn't had enough behind the plate. 2-0 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball swung on and miss, and it's 2-1. So if you are doing your MLB All-Star game vote and you're wanting to vote in William Contreras, you have to put him in as the designated hitter, not as a catcher at this point, which is a little absurd because he leads all catchers with 8 home runs. 2-1 pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt, taken for a ball. Did he hold up? He did hold up. It's now 3-1. In Knoxville, Notre Dame leads Tennessee 8-3. That game is in the top of the 7th. We'll keep you updated on that. Tennessee has 2 outs in the top of the 7th. It looks like they just got out of it. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that ball is banged foul well in front of the third base bag. And it's a full count to William Contreras. Swung at the slider, but it was in the zone. Thankfully, that went foul because he wasn't going to do very much with that. So it's a 3-2 pitch to William Contreras. Roansy Contreras looks in. He kicks and deals in. Slider hit to the third base side, but scooped up by Hayes. Hayes fires it across the diamond, and there's 2 away. Ozzie Albies had to stay put at second base, could not advance. Not worth the risk, considering that's the second out of the inning. Any kind of ball that drops into the outfield, the blazing speed of Ozzie Albies, or Poochie as he is affectionately known as, he will score for sure, you would think. Adam Duvall comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1 on the night with a strikeout. When does Adam Duvall get a day off? I don't remember the last time he got a day off. Got to figure that's coming. First pitch to Duvall is a slider in the dirt. It's 1-0. I actually thought we might get it tonight. I thought they might stick Ozuna in left and give Adam a night off against the righty. One-oh pitch to Duvall. And 96-mile-an-hour fastball is fouled back. And it's 1-1. NBA Finals Game 4, that gets going later on tonight. Celtics lead that series 2-1. One pitch to Adam Duvall. Here's the delivery, swung on and missed, strike 2. That was a slider way out of the zone. He went fishing for a ball that was over in the opposite batter's box, and it's 1-2. Strangely enough, the Braves are Dodger fans tonight. Braves are tied with the San Francisco Giants for the final wild card. 1-2 pitches, a slider in the dirt, and it evens the count at 2-2. They begin a 3-game series. Walker Buehler on the mound for the Dodgers, and Jacob Junis, who, believe it or not, has a better ERA than Buehler, is on the hill for San Fran. I always enjoy that series. I'm sure I'll tune in after this game is over. 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and that is strike number 3. Another nasty slider just off the edge, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves tack on one more run. Atlanta leads it 3-0. We head to 5.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. We'd like to see Spencer Strider get through the 5th here, maybe longer, to try to qualify for a win. His first 2 outings as a starter, he's only made it about this far. I think 4 1/3 is as far as he's made it on the 2 other starts. He's only at 71 pitches so far. So if he can have a quick inning, he could get through and qualify for the W. Braves lead at 3-0, and Spencer Strider, a little bit of a delay of getting going here. I'm not really sure why, but he's taking his time. I don't know if he was having issues getting warmed up, but the first pitch is finally on the way to start the inning, and it's a slider banged foul, and it's 0-1. Tyler Swaggerty, or Travis Swaggerty, is standing at the plate, lefty-righty matchup. Swaggerty 0 for 1 on the night, 125 batting average. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider just below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. One pitch, and fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3. Strike 2, excuse me. It's 1-2. 1-2 pitch from Strider is a fastball off the plate, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Spencer Strider. He kicks and deals, and fastball fouled off down the third base line up against the screen, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Wade Miley of the Chicago Cubs, who had just came off the IL to face the New York Yankees, was pitching pretty well. He is out of the game already with an injury. 2-2 pitch is high, slider, about letter high, and it's 3-2. The catcher, Michael Perez, stands on deck. 3-2 pitch from Strider, swung on and missed. Strike 3, 96 miles an hour on the outer edge, and he could not catch up. There's one away. You'd love to see Strider make it all the way through the 6th and get a quality start, but I'll take 5 innings. If he can get 5 innings, qualify for the win, that's a great step in the right direction. It's going to be a little dicey. First pitch on the way to Perez is a nice slider at the knees. Pretty pitch, and it's 0-1. You've got Strider and Charlie Morton going back-to-back here. We know Charlie has struggled to go deep into ball games. 0-1 pitch is fouled off the plate, and it's 0-2. I think Darnode was checking on a home plate umpire to see if that ball got him, but it looks like he's okay. So if Strider doesn't go deep and Morton doesn't go deep, then you start running to an issue with your bullpen, but hopefully Strider can cruise through this inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and popped up. 99-mile-an-hour fastball is going to be an easily playable for Duvall. He's underneath it for out number 2. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Braves, 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Spencer Strider just at 81 pitches. If he can get through this inning quickly, we might see him for inning number 6. He should be stretched out by now. Diego Castillo, the number 9 hitter, digs in, and the first pitch is outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. What you don't know is with the analytics departments they have these days, the younger pitchers, they have pitch counts on them, and you don't know what his pitch count is going in. 1-0 pitch is swung on and hit to the left side. Riley's got it. He'll scoop it, flip it over to first, and that'll be in the inning. So an easy 1-2-3 inning will head us to the bottom of 5. Atlanta leads it 3-0.
Where's the scissors? I gotta give this thing some flavors. What are you doing?
Crew necks are for squares and Mormons.
Oh, cute. Should we do mine? I don't know. If you have no car, why open the garage?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. I'll let you guys debate in the comments whether or not Jeter was a good fielder.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something in its intimacy. There's something in that incredible greenness. There's something in the peculiarity of the way that the outfield wall follows its meandering path from right to left. There's something about the way that it fits so tightly and neatly into the city, not surrounded by endless acres of ballparks. And there's something about the fact that it has been the site of so much baseball sorrow, has gone down there, that you can compare it to a Civil War battlefield. It is a vale of tears.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-0. Michael Harris, the second, is going to come on to lead off the inning. He's 1 for 1 with a single, a run, a stolen base. He was flying around the base paths last time up. First pitch from Contreras, his 63rd of the night, is high for a ball. It's 1-0. One-0 pitch from Contreras is below the knees for a ball. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's now 2-0. The way Harris is flying around the base paths, a walk is as good as a double. Here's the 2-0 pitch in. Fouled back against the screen. Fastball that was just above the shoulders, probably above the letters. Probably shouldn't have swung at that. And it's 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Kicks and delivers. Fastball at the knees, 95-mile-an-hour right down the pipe. Harris takes it for a strike. Evens the count at 2-2. Contreras looks in, lets it go, and fastball high, 95 around eye level. Ball 3, full count. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. 3-2 pitch from Harris. Here's the windup and delivery. Ball 4 outside. Looked like they tried to get cute with the slider, and it could not be located. And it's a leadoff walk to start the inning here in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring Acuna up. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 2 for 2 on the night. A double, a single, 324 on the year, 5 home runs, 15 RBI. Imagine if he would have had that first month of the season. Here's the first pitch, and it's high for a ball. It's 1-0. Even with this slow start, I still think you have to start thinking and talking. If the Braves keep their winning ways up, the chant of MVP will start coming into the conversation in the very near future in Truist Park. 1-0 pitch to Acuna, swung on and hit high And deep into center field, going back up against the wall is Reynolds, and he has it just at the warning track for out number one. Acuna just missed that, and he knows it. You could kind of tell when it came off the bat that unless the wind was going to grab it, that he was not going to get that out. But man, did he give that a ride. I didn't think, honestly, it was going to go as far as it did. So that'll bring up Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson's already got one home run to his name tonight. He had a 2-run jack in the bottom of the third. First pitch is a pitch out. They were trying to catch Harris with his hand in the cookie jar, but no go, and it's 1-0. Harris goes back to first kind of smiling. Dansby Swanson's 1 for 2 on the night. Update in Knoxville. The Tennessee Volunteers have pulled within 3. It's 8-5, the bottom of 7. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that ball is roasted up the middle. It's a worm burner in between the shortstop and second base, and Harris is flying around second, heading to third. There will be no throw. There's runners at the corners in Hotlanta, GA. Dansby Swanson hit that ball, scalded it in between second and short. They were playing a traditional, well, almost traditional double play depth. Second base was a little closer to the actual bag, but shortstop was playing right where you would normally play. And that ball was hit so hard, no one could react. So there's runners on the corners. Pirates pitching coach is going to go out and try to talk to Contreras, calm him down a little bit. That gives us a chance here in the bottom of the 5th to talk about on this date in baseball history. On this date in 1944, Joe Nuxall, youngest player to ever play in Major League Baseball at 15 years old, just 6 weeks shy of his 16th birthday. He would debut for the Cincinnati Reds. He would go on to stay with the Reds organization for the next 60 years, including doing play-by-play with the radio on the Reds, which is what he's most known for. That's on this date in 1944. On this date in 1967, Jimmy Wynn, the Houston Astros, hit the longest home run ever at Crosley Field, the old field of the Reds. He was a native Cincinnatian. He hit the ball. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's a slider off the plate. It's 1-0. He hit the ball. If you're familiar with what Crosley Field looked like, he hit the ball over the 58-foot scoreboard that was high in the sky in left center field at the time. 1-0 pitch to Riley with runners on the corners and one away, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Riley not picking up that slider tonight. Not only did it clear the scoreboard, it went out into the street, and the street behind it was I-75. So cars flying up and down the highway see this baseball. It had never happened before. That was on this date in 1967. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Riley, and it's a slider in the dirt just past the plate, and it's 2-1. On this date, 1974, Michael Jack Schmidt hit a ball off the PA speaker in the old Astrodome. The PA speaker was on the roof inside the old Astrodome, and he hit a ball. 2-1 pitch on the way to Riley, and it is a fastball at the knees, and it's 2-2. That speaker inside the Astrodome, that began a lot of rules that they had to put in place in the old Astrodomes. Of the ball hit here, is it a ground rule double? Is it this? Is it that? Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. It's a fastball piped up 95 miles an hour. Riley could not catch up. I think he was looking for the local and got the express. And there's 2 away. That'll bring up Matt Olson. Matt Olson having a rough night so far. He's 0 for 2 with a pop out and a strikeout. See if third time's the charm. Seeing Contreras. On this date, 1997, Kevin Brown of the old Florida Marlins, now Miami Marlins, no hit the San Francisco Giants. First pitch to Olson is a slider right down the pipe, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Olson kind of bounced at his knees as soon as he took that pitch, like, man, I should have swung at that. He could have hammered that into the night sky. The 0-1 pitch from Contreras on the way and in the dirt, 86 mile an hour slider. It's now 1-1. Braves 3, Pirates nothing. Bottom of 5, Atlanta's trying to tack on a run or two. You got runners on the corner, speed on both bags. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Matt Olson, and it swung on and missed. Strike 2. Olson swung over the top of a slider that was in the dirt. And the Braves are down to their last strike here in the 5th. Showing Spencer Strider walking up and down the dugout. He still has a jacket on his arm, so it looks like he's coming back out for inning number 6. 1-2 delivery to Matty, and in the dirt. They tried to get him to go for that slider again. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is Travis Darnode. Darnode, who singled and reached second on the error last time up, would come to the plate if Matt Olson could find a way to get on. Got runners on the corners. Deuces are wild. 2-2 pitch. 2 on, 2 out. Here's the delivery. Fastball high and inside. Ball 3, 3-2. Good eye by Olson. That was 96 miles an hour, not that far off the zone. It's a good discipline. He was caught looking last time. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and fastball swung on and roasted into right field. It's going to get through the shift. Here comes Harris to score, and Swanson goes from first to third. The Braves lead it 4-0. Good piece of hitting by Olson. He hit it right into the teeth of the shift, but that ball was scalded, and no one could get a glove on it. Got decent air on it. It one-hopped through the infield. In fact, Dansby had to dance out of the way as he was moving on the pitch with the 3-2 count and 2 away. He had to slam on the brakes and bend backwards, and luckily the ball didn't hit him. The Pittsburgh Pirates manager's coming out to make a pitching change. We'll take a break with them. When we come back, runners on first and third, and Travis Darnode coming to the plate.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Carabel, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida a black kid could attend, so just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah Field. And in that Sarah Field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck was, I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. We've got a pitching change. Tyler Beede is coming into the game with a 4.34 ERA. He's set to face Travis d'Arnaud. If d'Arnaud can keep the rally going with runners on the corners and 2 away, Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Tyler Beede, a little bit of a delay here as d'Arnaud steps out of the box. d'Arnaud 1 for 2 on the night, raises average to 255. d'Arnaud digs in as we're finally set here. Beede looks in. He kicks and deals, and it's a hit pitch, hit by pitch. That ball got in on a hurry and ricocheted off of d'Arnaud. He's heading down to first base. It looks like he's okay. See where the ball got him. Right on the forearm, but I think he got fortunate, got him on the meat of the forearm, outer edge of the forearm, and ricocheted off the helmet of the catcher. Perez might have gotten the worst of it. Still cracks me up how d'Arnaud always has a cowlick coming out the top of his helmet. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie, and it's a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. So bases loaded, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch to Ozzie. Beede brings it in. It is a slider way outside. Taken for a ball. And it's 1-1. Ozzie Albies 282 with the career bases loaded. Would love to get a bleeder, anything to get at least 1, maybe even 2 runs. Olsen doesn't run well, but you never know. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball off the plate, taken for a ball. Did he go? They checked down the third baseline. He did not. It's now 2-1. Braves 4, Pirates nothing. Bottom of the 5th inning. The Pirates are on a full-blown shift. So Castillo, Marcano, and the first baseman, Chavis, are all on the right side of the infield. 2-1 pitch outside, ball 3, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's now 3-1. That's leaving Hayes all by his lonesome on the left side, kind of playing a shallow shortstop position. Maybe a little closer to third, but almost in the middle. You wonder if a squeeze play could work here with Ozzie's speed. 3-1 pitches swung on and hit to the right side, backhanded, and flipped over to second, and they'll get the force out, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves add 1 more run. Atlanta leads at 4-0. We head to the top of the 6th, and Spencer Strider due to come back out.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man.
There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee, and the Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. We head to the top of the 6th. Spencer Strider so far, 5 innings. No earned runs, only given up 2 hits. I think the biggest number is he's only walked 1. 7 strikeouts. You know the strikeouts will be there with the gas that he throws. But only 1 walk, I think, is huge for Atlanta. Huge for Strider. Strider is going to be back out there for inning number 6. See if he can get a quality start. What a big step that would be in his career. Just the 3rd start of his young career. He's got to do it through the top of the order. Brian Hayes is coming to the plate. This will be the 3rd time they see him through. Usually a tough place for a young pitcher to be. Hayes is 0 for 2 on the night, but he has given some good at-bats to Strider. Strider's at 83 pitches on the night. You got to figure his cutoff's going to be around the 100-pitch range. First pitch is a fastball, outer edge, kisses the black, and it's 0-1. 95 miles an hour pumped in for the first strike. 0-1 delivery, swung on and missed, strike 2, slider in the dirt, and Hayes could not lay off. Hayes has gotten behind in a lot of these counts, but has fought his way back. Really impressed by this young third baseman. Bright future for him. 0-2 pitch and fastball top of the zone. Yak 'em. Strike 3 is a 97 mile an hour painting on the outer edge. I mean, it was at the top of the corner of the outer part of the plate, and it's out number 1. Might have been a little bit of a frame job by Travis Dardeau, but it did look like it touched the outer edge. What a good way to get started here in the top of the 6th. Strikeout number 8. The young Spencer Strider. Now he's got to face Reynolds. Reynolds 0 for 2 on the night. And the first pitch is a fastball and high and inside. Did he go around? They're going to say he didn't. Almost look like he might have offered. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Pirates nothing, top of the 6th inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch, kick and delivery, and it's a fastball off the plate. 97 miles an hour. It's now 2-0. We appreciate you spending your Friday night here with us on Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night throughout the entire season. 2-0 pitch, fouled back out of play, and it's 2-1. Fastball to start off Reynolds. Strider fell behind him before earlier in the game. Was able to get him out. Strider looks in. He kicks and deals, and it is pulled to the right side. Ozzie Albies punts the ball. It was a error for sure. Hit him in a bad place right in the glove, and there's one on. One out in the Pittsburgh 6th. Might have had a funny hop to it. It just looked like Ozzie just gaffed at it. He was going to his left. Maybe the ball took off on him a little faster than he thought it would. I looked like Ozzie was going to make the play, but no dice. So you got a runner on first with one away. That brings in big Dan Vogelbach, a double play waiting to happen. Not very fleet of foot, but he can also put a charge into the ball. The designated hitter's 0 for 2 on the night. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line. And going back is Duvall. He's got it for out number 2. Vogelbach swinging on the first pitch. Popped out probably about 5 feet before the warning track. We know that short porch that we have over there in left field, you always worry about a high ball hit, but it died quickly, and there's 2 away. Standing at the plate is the right-handed Michael Chavis. Chavis is 0 for 2 on the night, 5 home runs, 266 average with 744 OPS. First pitch on the way to Chavis, and he hits it into right field. That's going to get down. Acuna cuts it off, but going from first to third is Reynolds. He was going on contact, and the Pirates got something cooking with runners on the corners and 2 away. Here comes Snicker, and it looks like that's going to be the end for Strider. Unfortunately, he's not going to qualify for the quality start. We'll see if he actually pulls the trigger. Snicker's come out a few times this year and has faked me out. Yep, he's going to pull the trigger, so we're going to the pen. When we come back, the Atlanta Braves will try to get out of this jam. Runners on the corners, 2 away, top of 6.
JD. So's your face.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So's your face always makes sense.
JD, that's stupid.
So's your face. I'm on fire. Hello.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Bob Feller was one of the best and most feared pitchers of all time, especially because of his fastball. As a teenager, Feller was already a famous prospect. At the age of 16, a scout offered Feller a contract of $1 and an autographed baseball, which Feller accepted.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
And there's a drive, deep right field, long gone for McCann.
It's another big jack for B-Mac. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting 2 minutes in all of sports.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Walter Johnson's record of 110 shutouts still stands. He once held the New York Highlanders scoreless 3 times in 4 days. And although he rarely had the backing from the Senators that he deserved, he managed to win 417 games over his career and to win 20 or more games for 10 successive seasons. The relentless velocity of his pitching won him the nickname Big Train.
Sometimes he's referred to as a legend. He isn't a legend. A legend, according to Webster, has yet to be proved. It's a bit mythical. There's nothing mythical about Walter Johnson. He existed and was probably the best pitcher of all time.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. That'll end the night for Spencer Strider. And coming in is Dylan Lee. Dylan Lee, 6 appearances, lefty, 8.1 innings, and a 0 ERA. First pitch on the way is way out of the zone. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. He's coming in to face Cal Mitchell. Mitchell, lefty-lefty matchup. Mitchell and Marcano are due up if the Pirates can keep it going. So 2 left-handed hitters. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Nice little look like the curveball. Runners on the corners for Pittsburgh. 2 away. So they'll be running on contact. Chavis does have pretty good speed for a first baseman. 1-1 delivery and just low, taken for a ball. It's now 2-1. Dylan Lee trying to put out this fire. Two-one pitch from Lee is swung on and missed. Same curveball, and it is now 2-2. Just catching on the inner part of the plate, and Mitchell's not picking it up. On a 2-2 count, you wonder if they may go there again. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Dylan Lee. He kicks and deals. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Same pitch. 3 strikes and you're out. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Braves lead it 4-0.
We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past or anybody that's ever coached with him, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. And I know the guy. Know him really well.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring. If you guys enjoyed the video, please give it a like and follow for Here Are Some Baseball Facts You Might Not Have Known, Part 18.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt. Shop at Target.
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with gambling that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler and he ran with the gambling crowd. And he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when you need to make errors. He was a scary figure. Scary because he was tolerated. Scary because of what he did. Scary, too, because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team. And Chase's open vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely was beyond ugliness.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves lead the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-0. So we head to the bottom of the 6th. That'll close the book on Strider. Strider 1 out away from a quality start, but did go 5 2/3. Gave up 4 hits, 1 walk. 8 strikeouts, dropping his ERA to 2.35, an outstanding outing. And what a great job by Dylan Lee coming out of the pen to be able to lean on him in the 6th inning. And we head to the bottom of the 6th, and William Contreras digs in. Designated hitters 0 for 2 on the night with a strikeout and a ground out. Here's the first pitch on the way from Bede, who is back out again, and he goes to work, and the first pitch is swung on and grounded over to third, fisted, and an easy 5-3 put out will start the Atlanta 6th. Contreras not having a good night at the plate. Here comes Duvall. Duvall 0 for 2 in his own right. 2 strikeouts. I'm sure he's happy to see anybody but Contreras. Contreras, though he's on the hook for the loss, pitched pretty good. I thought the youngster had some good stuff, good slider, outstanding fastball. First pitch on the way is a fastball low, 96 below the knees. It's 1-0. One 1-0 count, bottom of the 6th, 1 away, and fastball popped up. Who's going to grab it? Looks like it's going to be the center fielder, Reynolds. He drifts into left center field and makes the play, and there's 2 away. Early swinging by the first two batters of the inning will bring up Michael Harris. Michael Harris, 1 for 1 on the night. Harris, lefty-righty matchup. He's singled, he's walked, he scored 2 runs, stolen a base. Good night by the rookie. First pitch on the way, 96 miles an hour, inner corner. Vanover says it missed. It's 1-0. That's one of those pitches. If it was a Braves pitcher, we'd want to have that call. 1-0 pitch to Michael Harris the second. Here's the delivery, and it's swung on and missed. 97 miles an hour, outer edge. It's 1-1. Las Vegas Raiders extended their wide receiver Hunter Renfrow 2-year, $32 million deal. The National Football League, 1-1 pitch on the way, and 97 mile an hour fastball is hit into the gap. And that bullet in the gap is going to put Michael Harris on second. It's a 2-out double. Good piece of hitting by Harris. He split the defenders. And backhanding the play was the center fielder, Reynolds. He almost lost his footing. He caught his footing right at the last second, but couldn't get any. He wasn't going to get Harris anyways. But had he lost his footing, Harris might still be running. That's the 5th double already of the season for Michael Harris. And that'll bring up Ronald Acuna Jr. 2 for 3 on the night. There is an open base. Here's the first pitch on the way, and that ball is hit to the left side. It's a one-hopper, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. Acuna slams his helmet as he knows he missed that pitch. So we'll head to the top of the 7th inning. Atlanta leads it 4-0.
Yeah, you can't say white trash anymore. It's a bad word now. Dude, my dad met his now wife while she was in prison, while he was visiting his daughter, who was also in prison for identity theft against his other daughter. White trash is my word. I earned it, dude.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. We head to the top of the 7th inning. Looks like Dylan Lee will go back out there, try to get 3 more outs as he'll face Marcano, lefty-lefty matchup. Lee kicks and deals, and it's a fastball at the knees. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Marcano, Swaggerty, and Perez are due up. Tucapita facing the left-handed shift. Lee kicks and deals, and it's a slider. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Dylan Lee looks in, gets the sign from Darnode, and zings it to the plate, and it's swung on, and that ball is dropped into right field for a base hit and a leadoff single for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Looked like an off-speed pitch that he was just able to lift over the head of Ozzie Albies. So that'll bring up the right-handed bat of Yu Chang. Yu Chang's coming in to pinch hit. Chang swings at the first pitch, and it's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball banged out of play, and it's 0-1. Braves 4, Pittsburgh 0, top of the 7th inning. 0-1 delivery, and that ball is fouled back over the first base dugout. Fastball just got a piece of it, and it's 0-2. Pitch to Chang. So he comes in to fill in for Swaggerty. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, and 1 away in the Pittsburgh 7th. Braves 4, Pittsburgh 0. One on and one out. And that'll bring The hind catcher, Michael Perez, to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup here. And Perez watches the first pitch at the knees. Looked like a strike, but Blue didn't ring him up. It's 1-0. Looking at the tracker, it definitely went just above the knees and over the plate. Don't know what was wrong with that one. Here's the 1-0 pitch and swung on and hit high and deep into right field. A leaping grab by Acuna at the warning track, and there's 2 away. Acuna gyrating around. I'm hoping he's okay. I guess he was just faking throwing to first. It was an awkward movement where he went to throw and then did not let go of the ball. He had to leap up to the top right there at the warning track, right before the Coca-Cola sign right there at the wall, spun around, looked like he was throwing. I guess he was thinking about throwing to first to cut off the runner. But when he saw that the runner got back, he just ate the ball. But when you see him move around like that, you see him double clutch, especially after what happened last year. The worst comes to the mind. So they're going to make a pitching change as they head to break. We'll head to break. We'll be back in a flash. 1 runner on, 1 away, and the Braves head to the bullpen.
Bed check, dumbass.
Holy crap.
No, it is not a bad check. We just want to say goodnight, and we love you very, very much. What are you doing?
Oh, just nailing his window shut for his own good.
What if there's a fire?
Well, then I guess you can just light your dope with it, dopehead.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
The 1-2 again. Inside corner. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
If you look at pictures of, say, the 1915 Pirates, you're going to see a very different kind of face than you see today. Hard men. Baseball at that point was a way out of the mines. This was a way for immigrant Americans to make a career. And they were tough men, hungry young men coming after the established older men. Baseball was played with a ferocity of a kind of life and death, which in a sense it was for these players. So it represented the rise of American striving in a certain way.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Darren O'Day is coming into the game. O'Day, right-hander, flips the slider across the plate, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. And O'Day was supposed to face Diego Castillo, the right-hander, but they went to their bench and are pulling their best punch with the left-handed Sawinski. Sawinski takes the 1-0 pitch outside. Did he go around? He did not. It's 2-0. If O'Day cannot get Sawinski out, the right-handed Hayes would be up next. O'Day much more effective against the right-handers with that sidewinder move. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it swung and popped up, but out of play, and we'll do it again at 2-1. Braves 4, Pittsburgh nothing. The 2-1 pitch on the way, and it's a 86-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate and just under the hands. It's now 3-1. Brian Hayes stands on deck. Three-one delivery, swung on and missed, strike two. Looked like the slider and went all the way from right to left over the plate, but he could not get a piece. And it's a full count now, which means, of course, the runner is going to be on the move in a 4-0 game. Lefty-righty matchup with the slow delivery of O'Day. Anything that gets in the gap would score. Here's the 3-2 pitch and swung on and missed, strike three. He pumped the fastball, and I think Zawinski was looking for something off speed. So that'll end the inning. The Braves get out of that jam. We head to the 7th inning. Get ready to stretch.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Katie was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every school, Katie flew. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Katie saw all the games, knew the players by their first name. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Katie knew what to do. So just to cheer up the boys she knew, she made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0 as we head to the bottom of 7. It'll be Dansby Swanson, Austin Riley, and Matt Olson coming to the plate. Dansby Swanson is 2 for 3 on the night with the run scored, a home run, 2 RBI. Austin Riley is 0 for 3, and Olson is 1 for 3, getting that RBI the last time up. Looking at the depth of what they have left on their bench, what the Pirates could do going forward, they still have Heineman, the catcher that started last night. He is a switch hitter. He still sits on their bench. Along with that, the Pirates, look, it looks like they've burned everyone else. I'm looking at their roster. Man, do they carry a lot of pitchers. They have, everyone else has been burned. So other than the catcher, they do not have an extra bat on their bench. And normally most managers don't like to use that secondary catcher in case there's an injury. I do feel like that is the one rule that they need to change in Major League Baseball. If you pinch hit and get your catcher out of the game and that catcher gets injured, you should be able to have the option to bring the other catcher back in or to have an emergency taxi squad guy there. The rest of the positions, not so much, but that position, I think you definitely should. So we get set here for the bottom of the 7th inning. The first pitch is on the way to Dansby Swanson, and it's a fastball inside for a strike, and it's 0-1. Oh-1 pitch to Dansby, and swung on and hit down the right field line. Foul, and it's 0-2. Braves 4, Pirates nothing. The 0-2 pitch misses for a strike. It's 1-2. 1-2 pitch to Dansby Swanson, swung on and just gets a piece of it. And we'll do it again at 1-2. Home plate umpire goes up and dusts up again. Man, he is preoccupied with that batter's box. 1-2 pitch on the way to Dansby. Swung on, and that ball is hammered off the pitcher, ricochets and bounces to short. The shortstop flips it over to first. Dansby's safe, but let's check on the pitcher. He was hit hard. He's got his thumb up, says he's okay. But here comes the training staff. I mean, that was a rocket. Where did it hit him at? Right off the hip. He might have got lucky and it hit the leather of his belt. Man, that could have been a bad injury. Actually, it looked like it hit his arm. It was just reactionary. He put his arm down to block the ball coming to you like you normally would. You can't really blame him. It's a hard instinct to fight. And I don't know how he's not injured. Looked like the ball maybe it hit him in the wallet when at the first look at it, looked like it hit his arm, but it might have glanced off his wallet and missed his arm altogether. It did. It barely did. B literally dodged a bullet there, and there's one on. Nobody out, and Riley coming to the plate. Bede flips it over to first to keep Swanson close by. Austin Riley's 0 for 3 on the night. Would love to get involved in the hit parade. Braves have 10 hits, 4 runs to show for it. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on and fisted just past the pitcher. It's a slow roller. Hayes is on it. He'll scoop and fire to first. And there's one away, but Dansby moves up 90 feet, going from first to second, hustling on the play. That was a tough pitch to fight off. Got right in his kitchen, broke his bat, broke the handle. I didn't see that at first, but the part of the bat shattered, like a little splinter flew in the air. It didn't break it all the way, but it's definitely headed to the wood chipper. So one on, standing on second, one away, and here comes Matt Olson. Olson's 1 for 3 on the night. He steps in and takes the first pitch for a 97-mile-an-hour fastball wide outside. It's 1-0. Golden State leads Boston 35-31. That game is just getting going in the second quarter. We'll hit the scoreboard. Major League Baseball here in a minute. 1-0 delivery and fastball way outside, ball 2. And it's 2-0. They're going to go ahead and intentionally walk Olson. They wanted no part of it. They tried to see if he would chase a couple, and he did not. So that'll put runners on first and second with only one out, and Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. I don't know if that's the guy you want to pitch to. Travis d'Arnaud's 1 for 3 on the night. 1 for 2, excuse me, hit by pitch. A single and a run. Made it to second on that single because of the outfield error. He steps up to the plate, cowlick and all coming out of the helmet. And a chance to drive in another run. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider top of the zone, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Warming up in the Braves bullpen is Jackson Stevens. Big right-hander. Will be charged with facing the top of the order. 0-1 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball swung on and fisted over to the right side. There, can they turn 2? And they cannot. That was a tailor-made double play, but Travis d'Arnaud was hustling down the line and beat the throw. It was a one-hopper. Chavis fired it over to second, got Olson with ease, but by the time the pitcher covered second and the ball got there, d'Arnaud was safe. So that'll put runners on the corners, 2 away. Nobody scored, but Dansby's now just 90 feet away. Ozzie leans in, open left-handed stance, bat on the shoulder. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball way outside, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Four nothing is your score. We're in the bottom of 7. The Braves trying to extend their winning streak. One-0 pitch on the way, and that ball is hammered high and deep into center field. Going back on the track is Reynolds. He'll make the play just at the warning track, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put a scare into the Pirates, but they cannot score. We head to the top of 8. It's 4-0.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m. and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, Wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds tinker to evers to chance, thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble, making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble, tinker to evers to chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop, and Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. We are heading to the top of the 8th inning, top of the order for the Buccos. Hayes, Reynolds, and Vogelbach are due up. And Jackson Stevens is coming in from the bullpen for the Atlanta Braves. Jackson Stevens comes in with a nice shiny 1.89 ERA, the big right-hander. As we get set for the opening pitch of the inning, 13 appearances, 19 innings, a 1.89 ERA. And here's the first pitch on the way from Stevens to Brian Hayes, who's 0 for 3 on the night. And it's a curveball well off the plate. And it's 1-0. One 1-0 pitch on the way to Hayes and called a ball. It's now 2-0. 2-0 pitch is low for a ball, 3-0. So a 3-1 count to Brian Hayes. And strike at the knees. It's 3-1. Stevens kicks and deals. That ball's hammered down the third base line. Full count now on Hayes. It's 3-2. 3-2 pitch. Stevens flips it and deals, and it's strike 3. Looked like the sinker on the inner cut of the plate, just inside, and Hayes could not get a piece of it. There's one away. What a nice surprise Jackson Stevens has been to this bullpen that's early part of the season. It's been an absolute gem so far. And that'll bring up the center fielder Reynolds, 1 for 3 on the night. He hits the first ball foul out of play. It's 0-1. Braves hoping to get Tyler Matzik back in a few weeks. They got good news a couple of days ago. Found out there was no structural damage on Matzik. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is inside for a ball. It's 1-1. One pitch. He delivers a fastball outer edge, called for a strike. Strike 2. It's 1-2. Reynolds doesn't like it at all. It did look a little outside. Blue has been calling that pitch quite a bit, been given the benefit of the doubt to the righty lefty combo. 1-2 delivery and swung on and hits off the leg of Stevens, backhanded by Riley into shallow right field. He flips it over to first, and Reynolds beats the throw. There's one on. Is Stevens okay? This is the second pitcher to get hit in as many innings. And here comes the Atlanta Braves trainer out to check on Jackson Stevens. Look at the replay here to see where it got Stevens. Looked like it went off his leg. see, I'd say behind the knee and just above. So right about where your hamstring begins, they're going to give him a few warm-up pitches to see if he's okay. He looked like he was telling the trainer that he's okay, but the Braves want to make sure. Not just because you don't want to put an injured guy back out there with the lead, but also to make sure he's good to go going forward. Stevens has pitched way too well in the early part of this year to lose him. Looks like he's okay, and he's going to tough it out and stay on the mound. You'd hate to lose Stevens' 1.86 ERA. And this looks like the prelim to a sumo match. Daniel Vogelbach against Jackson Stevens. They'll square off here. There's one on and one away. Top of the 8th inning. First pitch is a curveball at the knees, outer edge, and it's 0-1. Nice pitch by Stevens. Warming up in the pen is AJ Minter. 0-1 pitch from Jackson, and curveball in the dirt evens the count at 1-1. Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0, top of the 8th. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Vogelbach from Stevens, and it is a changeup just low and outside. It's 2-1. Jackson Stevens works a little slower than the other pitchers that we've seen tonight. 2-1 pitch. He looks inside. He kicks and deals, and it's a fastball on the edge, called for a strike. Vogelbach, who is not like that outside pitch all night long, is now complaining to the umpire. The umpire's getting in his face. The umpire's giving it to him. And Vogelbach better watch out because he's about to get ran. That ball tailed on the outer part of the zone. I mean, it just kissed the black if it is a strike. Vogelbach was starting to complain to him, and he was not going to take the mouth. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hammered into right field. That ball's going to get down. Acuna's got it. He'll fire it into the infield and all the way across third. He makes it a close play, but not with Reynolds' speed. Is he going to be able to get him? So it's a single, a loud single. Vogelbach really put a charge into it. Reynolds is hauling it all the way. What's funny is Vogelbach looked back and said something to the ump when he was leaving the box. And he's joking with Olsen about it, whatever he said. Reynolds goes from first to third. Acuna threw an absolute dime from right field, but it was a little off. It wouldn't have, I mean, it would have had to have been on the money to get him with his speed. Here's the first pitch on the way to Chavis, and he grounds down the third base line, and it's 0-1. The time before when Acuna threw it to third, it cost us a base. You knew Vogelbach's not stretching anything into a double. Maybe a cheeseburger. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Chavis. Stevens kicks and deals, and it's a fastball top of the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Nice pitch by Stevens. Seems to be okay after getting hit in the back of the leg by that comebacker. Braves are playing a slight shift, but it's more of a traditional double play depth, but a slight right-handed shift. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's inside, banged foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Braves 4, Pittsburgh nothing, but the tying run is standing on deck. Cubs and Yankees are 1-1 in the bottom of the ninth. Twins all over the Rays 7-1 in the bottom of the sixth. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a curveball way outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Cardinals 2, Reds nothing. That game is in the bottom of 6 in St. Louis. Red Sox and Mariners have yet to get going. The Phillies and Diamondbacks are a little closer now. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's inside for a ball. Fastball just missing. It's 2-2. Philadelphia leads Arizona 7-5. Remember, they were all over them to start the game. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. Nationals 10-5 over the Brewers. Brewers on a huge slide. I think it's 7 in a row they've lost. That game's in the top of the 8th. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a slider. Misses outside. Ball 3. Full count to Chavis. Cal Mitchell, the left-handers on deck. You got to figure Stevens won't face him with AJ Minter, the lefty, warming up in the pen. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and that ball is swung on and roasted into left field. It's going to get down, and that's going to be a ground rule double, and a run will score. Jackson Stevens gives up a double, and that's going to bring Sticker out. Stevens, not his best outing of the year, will come out, and AJ Minter is heading in. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Pirates, they'll have the tying run at the plate. It's 4-1 Atlanta. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-1, but AJ Minter's coming in and inheriting a mess. There's runners on second and third. Lefty-lefty matchup, just one away. He'll face Mitchell, and the first pitch is swung on and lifted into right field. On it is Acuna. Acuna's got it, and he's going to throw it to the plate. And, man, did he make that close. Vogelbach, a slow runner, barely got across the plate. The throw was on the money, but just a hair slow, and it's 4-2 Atlanta with 2 away. Acuna had to go to his left threw that ball on the fly right at home plate. And I mean, Vogelbach barely scooted across that plate before the throw arrived. That ball was on a line, did not hit the grounder. You don't see that very often from that deep. And he was going against his own momentum. Here's the first pitch on the way and swung on by Marcana, popped up, and it's easily playable by Duvall. He's underneath it for out number 3. So that'll end the inning, but not before the Pirates cut the lead in half. It's 4-2. Let's get some runs, Braves. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th.
You ever gonna sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask Sheldon things like that. Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. The biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. To John Lester, I hope you have a happy retirement. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball is thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. We lead it 4-2. Bottom of the 8th. Like to get some insurance runs. Time to crack you a cold one. And time to celebrate some birthdays for some folks. Happy 49th birthday. You remember Pokey Reese? Played for the Cincinnati Reds. He's 49. 2-time All-Star. Or 2-time Gold Glove, excuse me. 2004 World Series champion as William Contreras steps up. Pokey Reese, more known for being a Cincinnati Red, but he did play for the Boston Red Sox in 2004. Contreras digs in, and he'll be facing De Los Santos. The righty flips in the first pitch for a ball, 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Outfielder that played for the Baltimore Orioles, the Mets, I believe the Expos as well. Ken Singleton is 75 years old today. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider taken for a strike right across the heart of the plate. It's 1-1. Ken Singleton was on the 1983 World Series champion Orioles. 1-1 pitches. Swinging down the right field line, but foul, and it's 1-2. He was on the 83 World Series champions that beat the Philadelphia Phillies. That team was loaded with ex-Reds. Remember, that had Pete Rose and Joe Morgan. Singleton, a 3-time All-Star, but also was a Yankees announcer for years. 1-2 pitches inside, almost gets Contreras. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-2. Birthdays of folks who didn't play ball. Kate Moss is 30 years old today. Lee Sobieski, 2-2 pitch, Hit foul down the right field line over the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Actress Lily Sobieski, she's 39. Comedian Bill Burr is 54 years old today. And Elizabeth Hurley is 57. And that's your birthdays. Here's the 2-2 on the way. Slider outside, taken for a ball. Good eye by Contreras. And it's 3-2. Braves 4, Pirates 2. De Los Santos trying to keep it close, and the Braves would love at least one more run to give some breathing room. At the half, the Boston Celtics lead Golden State 54-49. That game just went to half. 3-2 pitch on the way and swung on and hit to the third base side. Hayes has it. He fires it across the diamond, and it's a 5-3 put out for out number 1. That'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall 0 for 3 on the night. Haven't gotten much production. The bottom of the lineup tonight. Duvall's batting average falls to 204. First pitch is a slider taken for a strike right across the belt, and it's 0-1. Finish up that scoreboard real quick. Blue Jays 10, Tigers 1. That game's in the 9th. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high in the infield. It's a can of corn for Michael Chavis, and he'll grab it for out number 2. Bringing Michael Harris to the plate. The only one at the bottom of the order that's really got things going. He's 2 for 2. You wonder how much longer they'll have him at the bottom of the order. 2 for 2 with the walk. Orioles trail the Royals 8-0 in the 7th. Marlins 6-1 over the Astros. That game is in the 5th. Bottom 7, Rangers and White Sox are tied. Here's the first pitch to Harrison. It's low below the knees outside. Fastball, and it's 1-0. Mets and Angels just got going, and the Angels are already down 3-0. Mike Trout, once again, not playing in that game. They gave that guy an awful lot of money to play very sparingly. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Harris, and that ball is fouled down the third base line. It's 1-1. Rockies and Padres just began, along with the Dodgers and Giants. Both of them are scoreless. We do have a final in Cleveland. It was 3-2 Guardians over the Athletics. Cubs and Yankees have gone to extra innings, tied at 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Harrison. He gets a piece of that slider, bangs it foul, and it's 1-2. Remember, Major League Baseball extended the time that you could carry 14 pitchers, which the Braves and Pirates are both doing. 1-2 pitch on the way. It swung on and missed. Strike 3. Ball's in the ground, but doesn't get away very far. So they'll tag Harris out right there in the box, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 9th inning. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-2.
So speaking of exes, my old boyfriend came over late last night and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I'm really tired today.
Today, we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
One of baseball's most beloved stars was Cleveland pitcher Addie Joss. He was nicknamed the human hairpin because of his height and the exaggerated motion with which he hurled the ball. He had won 20 or more games 4 seasons in a row and was a favorite with fans and players alike. Even opposing players enjoyed hearing him harmonize with Ed Walsh of the Chicago White Sox. But Joss had a terrible secret. He was suffering from meningitis. He struggled through the 1910 season, even pitched a no-hitter without telling anyone, but he collapsed before an exhibition game the following spring. Joss died 11 days later. He was just 31.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. Appreciate you hanging out with us and hopefully on our way to yet another win. Kenley Jansen's coming into the game, and we've leaned on him quite a bit over the last week or so. Kenley Jansen set to face Chang, Perez, and Sawinski, leading by 2. 25 2/3 innings pitched this year with a 3.51 ERA. 36 strikeouts versus 8 walks. Yu Chang's 0 for 1 on the night. Remember, he came in as a pinch hitter, started last night. Here's the first pitch from Kenley Jansen. He looks into Darno. Darno sets up outside, swivels and fires, and it's a cutter at the knees. They call it low. It's 1-0. Atlanta trying to go for their 9th win in a row. Philadelphia trying to go for their 8th win in a row. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and the ball swung on, popped up high. Drifting back as Ozzie into shallow right. No, Acuna's going to come up from behind. He says, that ball's mine. And they jokingly give each other a hard time, and there's one away. Acuna come running up, and I don't know what he said, but he kicked his leg out and basically said, get out of my way. You got to love those two. There's one away in the Pittsburgh 9th. The fun on the base paths that we're going to see over the next few years, if everyone stays healthy, with Acuna and Ozzie and Harris, along with the sticks of Riley and Olsen, it's going to be a fun time to be a Braves fan. Here's the first pitch on the way from Jansen, and it is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. If Major League Baseball eventually does allow or does require Atlanta to go down to 13 pitchers and not carry 14, I think the biggest question is the 1-0 pitch is on the way and it's popped high but out of play, and it's 1-1. Michael Perez, the catcher, is 0 for 3 on the night, 2 flyouts and a line out. Biggest question is going to be, who would they call up? Unless it's further down the road and the Braves make a trade. Really depends on Will Rosario. How far does it go? If it goes far enough where Rosario is healthy, the obvious answer would be Rosario coming back. 1-1 pitch and cutter at the knees. That was right across the plate. Called for a ball. Terrible call by home plate umpire Larry Vanover. It's 2-1. Looking at the tracker, it was Not only was it above the knees, it was on the plate by about an inch or two high and an inch or two in. Where do you want that? 2-1 delivery and swung on and popped up. And that's karma for you. That's a easy, lazy fly ball to right field, and Acuna's under it. There's 2 away. The Braves are 1 out away from their 9th win in a row. We will be back here Tuesday night, if not before. Please like and subscribe. If I have extra time, I may do a pop-up broadcast, but we will definitely be back here Tuesday night. The Atlanta Braves head to Washington, take on the Nationals. Hopefully they're still in their winning ways. They've made up 4 games on the Mets over the past week or so. Here's the first pitch at the knees, and that one was below the knees, called for a strike, and I guess that was a makeup pitch. It's 0-1. Unbelievable. Same area, but about 2 inches low. I don't know how Vanover has such a high rating. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way, and it is a nice slider taken for a ball. Good eye by Sawinski. It's 1-1. Sawinski trying to get on. Cabrian Hayes on deck represents the tying run. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Strike 2. That's cutter was on the outer edge, and he just could not catch up. Nice pitch by Kenley Jansen. So the Pirates are down to their last strike. Kenley Jansen looks in to get the sign from Travis d'Arnaud. Braves lead it by 2. A 1-2 count with 2 outs. Top of the 9th inning. Kenley looks in. He shimmy and shakes and fires, and it is a cutter at the knees, just taken low for a ball. It's 2-2. Kenley wanted that call, but that one was definitely a little low. Not by much. He didn't miss by much on that one. So an even count, 2-2. Braves country on their feet here in Truist Park, trying to will Jansen to that final strike, that final out of the game. Win number 9 in a row on the horizon. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a cutter inside. That looked like it touched the paint, and they called it a ball. It's a full count, 3-2. And Jansen walked off the mound and could not believe it. He did not make eye contact with the umpire. It might have been the fact that d'Arnaud was set up on the outside and he had to backhand it, but the ball was a strike. So a full count to Sawinski now. Your payoff pitch. Jansen lifts the glove, kicks and fires, strike 3. Jansen throws a cutter in the upper part of the zone, and they could not catch up. So that'll end the game. And your Atlanta Braves win it 4-2 on a great night by Spencer Strider. How about a hand for that young man? He gets the win. And the Atlanta Braves are going to crawl to 6 behind the Mets now. If the Mets were to blow their lead, they could get within 5.5 by night's end. They also now jump in front of San Francisco by a half game. San Francisco just started their game with LA for the final wild card spot. Spencer Strider gets the win. He went 5 2/3 innings. And what a great outing for for Strider and the Atlanta Braves. Strider, 5 2/3 innings, 8 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 4 hits allowed. Lee, O'Day, Stevens, Minter, and Jansen all came in to help out. Swanson had his big 2-run shot in the bottom of the 3rd. Michael Harris chipped in with 2 hits. Acuna once again, 2 for 4 on the night. Swanson, 3 for 4. Olson, Darnold, and Albies all got a hit. And the Braves winning streak continues. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Pittsburgh, 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. And Atlanta beats Pittsburgh 4-2. They're back at it tomorrow at 4:00 Eastern. And then 1:30 on Sunday. We'll be back here on Braves Country Baseball Tuesday night. First pitch is early at 7:05. That game is in Washington. So 7:05. And it is set right now where it should be Steven Strasburg. We'll see him for the first time in 2022. For all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel, I'm Mac McGee for Braves Country Baseball. Braves win it 4-2, number 9 in a row. Have a good weekend. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain. Recoiled on the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing and a smile on Casey's face. When responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. And while the righty pitcher ran the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air. And Casey stood watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand with a smile of Christian charity. But Casey's visage shone, he stilled the rising tumult, and bade the game go on. The signal to the pitcher, once the gun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The snare is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. The pounds with cruel violence was bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. Now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart, it's time to go. We'd like tomorrow with another show. We'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye.
Rising Gals, the same day. Awesome. Next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
This is the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Affairs. Catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night play-by-play. Get back to the find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Watch today. And subscribe and share and take us to wherever they go. Armchair Quarterbacks is their choice for Southern Sports Talk live in the first day.